Good morning. Happy Friday. Man, I'm telling you, my software is a little, just a little sketchy, a little weird. Just doesn't want to do what I tell it to do. So I updated some new files and all this other stuff, and everything was perfect. And well, that right there just kind of ruined it for me. But hey, thank you guys for joining me. Happy Friday. I took a day off yesterday. I was doing a lot of invisible paint, as you can see behind me over here. Um, yeah, there's a lot of things, man. I listen. There is so many things going on in the world, and there's so many things going on in my private life as well. That you know what, I'm a one-man crew, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get through your day. Now I know that a lot of you out there are hard worker. A lot of you guys are retired. You have done business. You have done this. You have done all kinds of jobs and everything. And out of everything that I can think of, there's one thing in common. That there's just one thing that everything has in common. You have to continue to push yourself. Otherwise, nothing gets done. Now, with that being said, let me get one last thing out of the way here. And that is to get my link so that I can monitor your guys' comments on my live. Out of the way here. There we go. Okay, I got it. Okay, good. We're good. Man, I try to put this monitors in a way that I feel like this is a good flow. I just can't quite get it. I think today I'm gonna I'm gonna have to redo everything again. I'm gonna have to unplug all my wires and remove all my monitors around here in my desks, and until I'm happy. Until I'm happy. I want to say, hey, thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. And thank you especially for becoming members of any level. I appreciate it. You guys know that, it takes money to be able to do this all the time. So I appreciate you guys' support. I might go back to doing more than one live daily, but that just depends on how things work out from here. You have to understand, guys, you can't do this for free. You got to be able to make money so that you can pay bills, to continue doing it. I don't plan on being rich out of this. I don't plan on having a big, huge salary. I really just, listen, I'm be honest with you. I really just want to be able to collect money just to pay the bills. Nothing else. I don't need luxuries. I don't need the latest car. I don't need anything expensive material. I don't care about those things. Now, there is some goals that we're going to have, but that's something different. That's a charity thing that we're going to do, and that is not going to be for my salary. That is something on the other side, but I do need to have your support. So thank you so much for becoming members. I appreciate that. Rush, babe, good morning. Good morning. Rush, babe, just so you know, I was going to call you so that I can come over there this weekend, but being that it's Father's Day weekend, we're going to have a barbecue here with great grandpa and all the family, and my firstborn is going to come back and visit me. And I'm excited about that. So this weekend is going to be a no-go-go. I'm sure that you're going to have some things to do over there anyways this weekend. But I promise you, it will be this month. Maybe next weekend. I'll tell you what. Why don't you shoot me a text and tell me what day you're available, and then I will make sure that I head on that way that day. Okay? We'll see how it works. But it has to be a weekend. Okay? It has to be either a Saturday or a Sunday. I'm not sure. I think that I can probably squeeze it. Now, I'm not President Trump, so I don't know how much I can hang, but I can definitely get out from here in the house. I can get out of here by maybe 3 in the morning, and I can be down by let's see, to Palouse Falls in about 5 hours, I think, and about 3 8, maybe around 9 a.m. I will be in Palouse Falls. And then I can take some pictures there, maybe make a little bit of video, blah, 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 blah. And then I can go ahead and head out another hour and a half, 2 hours towards where you are in Eastern Washington. I think that's the way it's going to work. And then we can have lunch or dinner, maybe a late lunch. That way I can head back and be back in time, nighttime. If not, I would probably just rent a motel or a hotel or something so I can spend the night over there on Saturday, and then that way I can just have an easy day drive on Sunday. But that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. We'll see. Or or I can probably just leave Friday afternoon next weekend. For example, I can leave Friday afternoon. It's gonna be shitty because there's a little bit of traffic around that time, and maybe I can spend the night over there. If I go by myself, I will just sleep at a rest area. You know what I mean? But if Precious goes with me, it would be most likely be a Saturday morning trip, or I guess yeah, it would be a Saturday morning trip, and then that way we can spend some fellowship together. I can't wait. I know I've been waiting to go down there and meet you and spend some time with you. I wish that I had more time to be able to go down and drive another 8 hours and go visit Big Brother Robert. I would love to go over there and and have some lunch or something with them as well, or maybe just grab a coffee. You know what I mean? Just a coffee and just say hello. I believe it or not, I'm a person that I love to give hugs. So I can't wait to meet. I wish I could meet every single one of you guys on my life. I really do. I'm crazy like that, but who knows? Not everybody's gonna be close to me. Not everybody's gonna want to support me all the time, and just be in this journey that we have created. But I do appreciate every single one of you guys. Mr. Ender, how are you? Good to see you on here. Hope everything is getting better in the UK. Man, I heard about this Rupert report or something like that, about this 250 victims down there that have been, I guess, raped or abused in some way by the I think it was Pakistani Muslims. I think is what it was. It's a very sad thing. It really is. 250,000. I believe this is within the last 15 years, and it goes even farther back, I guess. Now, it may not seem like that big of a number for 15 years plus, but the fact is that what it shows is that when our government decides to be politically correct, they seem to forget about what is priority, and the priority is to protect their citizens. Forget about refugees and foreigners and all these migrants that come in here. Listen, we did enough migration. There was enough migration in the world. It doesn't need to continue. Let me just tell you that. Just because something bad happened before doesn't mean that it has to continue. Just because something was good then doesn't mean that it's good today. But we'll probably get into that later. I just want to, say my prayers to God that His Holy Spirit is watching over your nation, and that He gives you guys the wisdom and the strength to be able to continue to move forward and discerning, to get the discerning of the Spirit, because if you don't have that, you are not going to be able to fight what's actually trying to destroy your nation. And it's not just your nation, but let's be honest, he is the prince of this world, and he is evil. So let's not forget about that. My man, let's go, baby. Good to see you on here. Omar, don't worry, little brother. You know what? I'm glad that you are here, even if it's for 5 minutes, guys. I can do a couple hours here. I can do this 4, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, or maybe just 1 hour. I don't think I've done it for an hour. It's always been longer than an hour. But as long as you guys come by, just say hello. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? You guys are all special to me. Love you all for that support. Thank you so much for that. Ben92, Israel sponsored check say kids deserve to live. Oh no, Ben, don't be giving me no supers and mentioning Israel. They're gonna say that APEC is over here supporting and financing my channel. We don't want to get those rumors to get out there with people that don't know what they're talking about. Denise Allens, how are you? Good to see you here. Good morning, milady. Job got deleted. What's going on? Job, the paint is coming off the reflecting pool. You know what, Job, I'm not going to get mad at you about that because it's true. Well, I don't know about the paint, but it is true that that the reflecting pool turned green right away. Now, here's two things that I'm going to say about it. Maybe more, but two things for sure. One of them is I've done maintenance for apartments. I've done maintenance for years. I know. I listen. I'm telling you, man. I've done hundreds of jobs. Trust me. I have a lot of work under my belt. I have worked two triple jobs at times in my career, and I have done it because I had to do it. And I'm trying to find a way. If there's no way to be able to collect enough finances to continue this show, I will go and get another full-time job to be able to support everything and be able to support this channel. So that's not out of the question. I can probably do that. I just won't be able to do it many lives as much as I like to, but I do love doing this. I really do. So we'll see. You know what? If push comes to shove, we got to do what we got to do. But with that being said, I know that to take care of water, you got to be able to have a balance. Now, if you're trying to maintain a pool for people to swim in it, you got to have a pH balance on there, okay? If you're trying to kill the algae, you got to add chlorine. You got to add chlorine to the water. You have to. Now, there's other, peroxide and all this other stuff that you can, throw in the water to kill this algae. And I think that that's what needs to happen. Now, I thought that when they were doing this renovation to the reflecting pool, I mean, it is like, what, $32 million? I'm going to tell you something. Somebody made some money on that project. Let's not play stupid. But I thought that they were going to do some sort of, maybe like a underpipe. I don't know. I thought they had it already, but maybe like an underpipe where they can have filters. You know what I'm saying? Like an irrigation system, so to speak, right, underwater that will actually feed tablets of chloride into the water so that it kills all the algae. Now, with that being said, here's my second thing. Somebody could always come in there and pollute the water on purpose. Yes, you can actually grow algae very fast if you maliciously want to grow algae in the water. That being said, there's also animals, ducks, birds, everything that comes in from the air. They bring all these algae and all this other stuff from other places, and of course, they go in the water. And unfortunately, that's the way that it happens. And I think that maybe, I know the reflecting pool, the whole purpose is to reflect, right? And this is probably why they would not want to put anything blowing bubbles or filtering or whatever type of system in there. But I think that's a big mistake. As much as I love to see that nice, beautiful reflection, I think that the reflection can be continued to show at nighttime. But in the daytime, there's got to be, you know what I'm saying? There's got to be a few hours, maybe 5-6 hours daily or nightly or whatever you want to do. But there's got to be a 5 to 6 hour daily maintenance that needs to happen. And this is where you go and check to make sure the chlorine, is still a good level. Peroxide and all that stuff is a good level. And making sure that it's circulating through the whole reflecting pool. And I tell you, man, that's a lot of maintenance. It's a lot of maintenance. So, whatever. I'll give you that one because the pool does look to be green. Now, somebody did a flyby yesterday. And it seems like the peroxide that they're putting in the water is actually working. So they start off on the edges, and it seems like the algae are concentrating in the middle. With that being said, I am not sure if they did a good job with the paint. If the paint is coming off, that is a bad job from the painters and the people that were hired to do this job. And I think that they can be sued, and they have to redo that work and pay for all the water that needs to be redone and all that stuff. So that wouldn't be taxpayer dollars. That would have to be responsibility of the contractor. Now, that's just my observation. President Trump needs to have a guy like me on his corner because I have experience on thousands of jobs, just like he says he has experience on thousands of jobs building stuff. Well, I got thousands of years of experience, of accumulated experience. is maintenance for all those things that he builds. So just so you know, I got under my belt, I do maintenance for apartments. That includes taking care of the pools. That means drywall fixing. That means that I have to replace water heaters, stoves. I got to fix refrigerators, fix appliances. I didn't mow the lawn. That was not my job. We had a contractor for that. I did paint the apartments. I did have to replace blinds, had to replace frames, had to replace doors. You name it, I was doing it, replacing sinks, plumbing work, electrical work. I did everything. So just so you know, that's under my belt there. Now, when it comes to construction, I've done framing. I've done concrete mixing. I have done sheetrock, plywood, roofing. Man, I can build a whole freaking house by myself. I just don't know how to do the underground piping, and that's something I can probably learn myself. But everything that has to do with taping, mudding, painting, all that stuff I have done in my life. Not only that, but in the restaurant business, I have been a busboy, I have been a greeter, I have been a server, I have been a line cook, I have been a cook chef. Let's see, what else do we got? Maintenance, blah blah blah. Yards, yes, okay, yards. I've done gardening. I have mown lawns for commercially for apartments, houses, etc. And put in fertilizer and all this stuff. I have actually tilled the ground, planted new grass, brah, I've done everything. I have built wooden fences. I have built wire fences. What else have I done? Dishwasher. That's right, dishwasher. I worked at Taco Bell. We did some drive-through, make some food. What else have I done? Worked for a company called Ketchikan Drywall. I used to drive this 32,000 pound truck, 10-speed truck, delivering materials like sheetrock frames and all this other stuff to construction sites. I done, a lot of driving. I worked for electronic companies. I used to fix televisions, stereos, radios, you name it. I've done it. And I've also have been supervisor for painting companies. I've been managers for manufacturing companies. I have, I've done a lot of stuff. Anyways, enough about me. This is about the Dennis Herrera show. It's not just about what Dennis has done in his life. But yes, sir, I've done a lot of things, including, you thought I was done, including building windows. You got to grab the glass and you got to flip it. And yeah, I had a big door, just glass broke on me here, and I got a scar where it landed on, even though we actually had some chaps on so that we wouldn't get cut. Yeah, well, some jackass didn't follow safety procedures, and yes, I got hit with a big piece of glass on my shoulder. Sometimes it does bother me a little bit, but I got that under my belt, and I'm proud of having that. I think that's for now. That's it. Oh, wait a minute, but there is more. I have been a photographer, a professional photographer for years. I have done radio. I have done, obviously, video. I'm not very good with lighting, as you can tell. But, I have worked so much on software. I have worked on coding, on graphics. Everything. A lot of the things that I have done has been self-taught. I do change oils, change tires, change spark plugs. I do drain transmission, do all this other stuff. The typical things that men do, right? Just regular maintenance. I don't know everything about cars. I don't know how many horsepower are in this and the torque and the speed, and I don't know about that kind of stuff. I don't know the technical names and all that stuff, but I do know how to do a lot of things. And when it comes to doing things in the kitchen, well, you know what? I like cultural food. I like being able to do Samoan traditional food. I think it's fantastic. Not myself, I know how to do it, but most of the time the family makes it. I love doing the raw, everything manual for prepping is fantastic. Like grating coconuts, right? My mom used to grate the coconuts on the grater, and then we squeeze the coconut shavings and get coconut milk out of it. We make soups, and then we have all these herbs, and got the vegetables, and everybody has different ways to make it. But I really love doing cultural foods. My favorites are a couple of items from Samoan foods like oka. Oka is raw fish. It's just cooked with lemon, really. But it's raw fish. My favorite, obviously, is red tuna. I think that's the yellowfin tuna that they get it from. And, it comes in with some coconut milk, obviously, some lemon so they can cook, and like some sort of pico de gallo type of mix, which means like cucumbers, cilantro, some tomatoes. I don't really like the onions on this one, but you can put onions if you want. And that is one of my favorite dishes from Samoa. But when it comes to Honduran dishes, I love my fried beans, smashed fried beans with ripe plantains, fried plantains, eggs, and some sour cream. But the one from Honduras is actually has a little bit of salt, so it has really good flavor on it. And that is my favorite dish to eat in Honduras. So there you go. There's some Asian stuff, but enough about that. Wait, there is more. No, I'm just kidding. Man, I have too much fun. But hey, listen, if anybody says that Mexicans or Hispanics or migrants can only come in here to clean toilets, yes, that's right. I have also done janitorial services. I have cleaned toilets, vacuum schools, clean churches, etc. That's right. I forgot about that. But there is more, I'm sure. I just can't think of it right now. So, hey, thank you guys so much for paying attention to all the BS that I have to go. But if you think that migrants are only good for cleaning toilets, you are wrong. They are taking your jobs, American. All these illegal immigrants, 20 plus million illegal immigrants are taking your jobs, America. Make no mistake about it. We'll talk about immigration later. Don't worry. I'm sure that it's going to come up. I'm sure that it's going to come up, and we'll talk about it later. All right? All right. Let me go ahead and finish saying hello. As everybody don't know, I am officially 50 years old. I am so happy to be 50 years old. And with that being said, I want to say something this morning. A lot of people, now I'm not talking about patriots. You guys are fantastic. But there's a lot of people out there. And I want you to reflect on this. Now, I don't know. I'm sure that you're just like me. When I go out to a game, to a restaurant, or anywhere that I go, even just walking at the park, whatever it is, I don't go around looking at people wondering what political alliances or affiliations do they have. I don't care. I don't go outside and wonder if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I don't give a shit. We're American. And as Americans, we know that, yeah, we got migrants amongst us. There's a lot of Mexicans, a lot of Hispanics, a lot of Indian, right? We have all sorts of people. But we don't walk around asking or wondering which party does this person belong to. I just don't do that. I don't care about political affiliations. What I care about is that you're respectful, that we get along, and that we have a good time. That's it. Just respect this country, love this country, and nobody will even worry about anything. Just think about it. So I want to set that tone there because a lot of people, especially on the left, this is just what it is. A lot of people, especially on the left, they think that this 250th anniversary is a Trump thing. It's not a Trump thing. Last year, a lot of these libtards, I'm going to call them because until they change, they're going to continue to be libtards. Last year, they didn't honor our army. They didn't honor our military service people. They didn't honor them. All because they said, oh, this is all Trump's charade. Oh, this is just for Trump's delight because it's his birthday. You got to stop being ignorant, man. You got to stop it. You say you don't want to fight. You say you want to unite. You don't want to be divided. But at some point, somebody has to say, I don't care about being Republican or Democrat. I just know that this guy right here, despite whether he agrees with me or not, whether he's a Republican or a Democrat, I don't have to fight this guy. What for? Tell me. What for? What gives you a reason? What motivates you to want to beat somebody up because of their political affiliation? I just don't understand. You can be upset and you can call each other's names. That's fine. But what gives you the right to get violent? I just don't understand it. So it's my birthday. So what? 250-year anniversary is because of Dennis's show? No, don't be stupid. That's ridiculous. 250th anniversary is to honor our service people, but not just the servicemen. Every American citizen, this whole nation. Check out this flag. 250 years from 1776 to 2026. You got to remember, it's not about any president's agenda or whatever the hell you think it is. It's about America. Don't ruin it. I'm gonna tell you, I don't understand. Even with this LGBTQ movement, I don't understand. Listen, I don't get it. Listen, if you're gay, hey, congratulations. Now shut the hell up. You are just the same as everybody else. There is no rights being taken away from you. If you're transgender, if you are lesbian, if you are bisexual, if you have any of these things, I think is wrong. I think you're going to hell because that's what the Bible says. But I don't hate you for it. I still love you. But if you're hateful towards me, how can I show you that love? If you start showing me hate and violence, I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm a weak man when it comes to the flesh. And I do have emotions. I'm not a robot. You start yelling on my face, I'm going to get pissed off. You see what I'm saying? Nobody gives a shit if you're gay or not. Nobody needs to know. So why do you go out there and make this big noise about being LGBTQ and all this other stuff? What for? What is the purpose? What is it? If you're gay and you're at work, nobody gives a shit. You don't have to go tell them that you're gay. It doesn't matter. Why do straight people, Christian people, got to walk on eggshells? Because you are a sensitive person. Weak-minded at that. Think about it. We are Americans, and as Americans, we should stand together. And we have to understand that everybody has different beliefs. Everybody has different religions. And while we do have the freedom of religion, you should have the right to condemn religions that want to harm the United States of America. You cannot be stupid. You cannot be gullible. The devil, let me tell you something. The devil knows the Bible better than you do. Better than I do. The devil knows the Bible better than any of us. I would recommend, if you are a Christian and you have forgotten this, I would recommend that you go back to the Bible, and I want you to read the beginning of Jesus Christ's ministry. I want you to go back. And I want you to pay attention, because what happens is, as he was a kid, becoming a grown man at 13, 14 years old. That is the Jewish tradition. At 13 years old, I believe, is when we become men. Now that's not what, that's not how it goes here in the States, but but that's how it is over there. 13 years old, become a man. That doesn't mean that you go and get married. That's stupid. That's not what it says. But I want you to go back to this time, and I want you to know how it starts. First of all, watch this. Now, Jesus was perfect in any way. Did he get mad? Yes, righteously so. He judged people. Yes, righteously so. He got baptized. The Holy Spirit came upon him. And then he went out into the desert. Pay attention. Went out into the desert. 40 days. He didn't eat. And he got hungry. 40 days. When he was at his weakest, who came to tempt him? The devil, of course. Lucifer, the morning star. What you have to pay attention is this. The devil tempted Jesus Christ. Tempted Jesus Christ because he was weak. And he says, why don't you jump from here? Nothing's going to happen to you. After all, it is written in the Word of God. It is written that he will send his angel. I'm telling you, the devil will always use Scripture to force you to do his will and his bidding. I was watching my favorite Catholic nun today. And she was talking about, it's great Catholics, as I was, I think she said she was some sort of, what did she say she was? Evangelical Christian is what she was, I think. And she became a Catholic. I want you to pay attention to this. And you have to be very careful in the way that you interpret this. She says that people have written her, and she agrees, that Christian churches have a problem. Because while everybody should dress modestly, not fancy, just modestly. If you can wear a suit, fantastic. If you don't have a suit, just wear what you got, but be modest. Let's talk about the women here. We're talking about the women here. You got to dress modestly. The men can wear the suits or wear any clothes that they want, whatever. But women have to be modest. What does that mean? Don't go out there showing your titties. Don't go out there showing the bottom of your butt cheeks. Don't show off too much legs. You are a temptation to men, especially when you got them beautiful curves. We are weak, women. We are weak. So you don't want to be tempting men. Now, what the Catholic nun argues is that there is new people looking to be Christian, looking for a church. And sometimes these women come in dressing like hookers because they don't know any better. And she says that it's wrong for the deacons to tell them that they can't come in like that. Now, I will say this. In a sense of wanting to save her soul, I understand. I understand that. But if you allow her to come in to the church dressed like that, you are being an obstacle for other men and women that are already seeking Christ. You understand that? So if a church wants to say, okay, we're going to allow anybody to come in, well, you better be having some clothes. Be like, hey, listen, you can't be dressed like that. You must change into this robe right here. I'm going to give you another example. I was at a Baptist church one day. And you see, people want to be politically correct, even in the church. Because while we want everybody to come in the church, one thing does not change. And that is the order in which you are to present yourself in the church. You got to be modestly dressed. You want to dress spectacular, fantastic. But dress modestly and be clean. Have good hygiene. You don't want to be offending people over there smelling like onions all over the place. You know what I'm saying? And so the Baptists make this mistake. They think they're being charitable. They think that they're being, the good Samaritans and that they're being good Christians. And they bring this bum from the street. I kid you not, he smelled like shit. The man was dirty, had shit all over his pants. The guy stunk. Disgusting. And everybody in the church felt uncomfortable. The stench will almost burn the hairs off your nostrils. Disgusting. That is not what the Bible says to do. Let me give you an example. There was a king. The king invited all his guests. Everybody, rich people, bang, everybody. And when the feast was to begin, when the party was to begin, when the big night was going to begin, nobody showed up. Nobody showed up. So he said, wait a minute. We're not going to let all this food go to waste. Go out on the street and grab anybody. Listen very carefully. Grab anybody that wants to come in. Here is the key in the message. Bathe them and clothe them and bring them in. If you want to dress like a hooker because you don't know any better and you truly want to seek God, you want to be a Christian, put a damn robe before you go into the temple. And if you don't want to dress modestly, well, that's not a place for you to be, is it? That bum, that disgusting, stinking bum, I kid you not, it smelled like shit, literally smelled like shit. And it looked like he had it on him. He should have been given a chance to bathe. They should have given him new clothes. And then they should have welcomed him inside the temple and sit at the front bench if that's what they pleased. Moral of the story is, for everything that we want in life, we got to make the changes according to what we want. If you're talking about being Christian or religious, you don't change the order in the church to save one soul. Because you're going to lose a lot of other people. So what is the point? If you go out for the one, like Jesus said, the shepherd goes out for the one. That's a good message. You go, no one gets left behind is what the message is. That doesn't mean that he's ignoring the other 99 or the 100. But if you go out there and you go and search just for the one and you neglect the 99, they're gone. What kind of shepherd are you? That's crazy. I don't know why that came in today. I don't know why that was the message that I had to say this morning. But I want you to know that, and you'll notice this on my live, on my chat. People bring in and they quote scriptures in the Bible to excuse bad behavior, to excuse greed, to excuse abuse, to excuse criminality. Those are not real Christians. And I'm sorry to bust your bubble. But if you're studying scriptures just to attack or defend, you are not learning anything. You're not learning anything. You're just learning to be a hypocrite. You're just learning to be lost. You got to read the Bible to understand it. Don't memorize scripture. If you want to memorize scripture, that's fantastic to continue to push you forward, but you got to read the Bible. Do you know why people that come into my chat with a scripture, you know why they can't destroy me? You know why they can't continue to put in their BS that they have love and I don't? Because they don't have wisdom. They got a scripture that sounds very nice to them, but they gather no wisdom. All right. Well, with that being said, let me see. Who else do I got on my live here? Brian, what's up? Oh, man. Love you, Brian. Yeah, you know what? I know a lot of you guys are going to get mad at me or resentful, but Brian was the only guy that I messaged yesterday. He knows that I was playing with invisible paint. I was playing with invisible paint, and I was going to do my live, and I had no finger because over here I had all kinds of green paint on my finger, so it looked invisible. It looked like I was missing a finger. So you see that over here. This is a beautiful cabin background that I saw. And the reason why I like it is because if you see it right here, this little spot, there's going to be a day. I'm going to go ahead and, I know it's summertime now, but there's going to be a day where I'm going to take you and I'm going to take a picture of in the loophole mount, Mount Loop Road. I mean, I forgot what the name is. Anyway, there is a road that goes up to the mountains, some miles away from here, and there is a river, and I have these pine trees like this, and I have the mountains like that with the rain and all that stuff, and the clouds and the fog and some snow. This is on the way to the Big Four mountains. The ice caves is what we call, and there is a cabin. It's not on the river, but there is a wooden cabin that looks so nice. Does not face the water like this one, right? But I always wanted to be in a cabin, have the feeling of what is inside, right? I've been to restaurants that look like cabins, but I wanted to be in a cabin. I was just like, boom, man, I saw this over here, and I was like, you know what? I like that. That reminds me of what I think that the cabin should look like. Now, this is probably some sort of like a restaurant type of setting. But what do you guys think? You guys like that? I mean, every day I'm going to try to find something different. I might do this for date lives. If I do night lives, I will probably have some live night background. I still want to be able to go at night. I just don't trust it anymore like I used to. You know, there's so much violence and theft nowadays that I wish that I can go and set my tripod on this nice little spot right on the outer limit of the downtown Seattle and just have a beautiful night frame of the Space Needle and the downtown and some of the lights on the boats, etc. And I would like to have that as a background. I will see. Tonight is Friday. I'll see if I can get out. Maybe I'll take my brother-in-laws with me to get out and make a video of the night scene from the downtown Seattle. There is a park across from the downtown. I really love it because you have the view of the ferries, and then you have the view of the port, and then you have the main downtown, and like towards the end on the left, you see the Space Needle. It looks pretty small, but the Space Needle's there, so you have the whole picture of the downtown Seattle, and I think that looks beautiful. I know there's going to be other things that we're going to talk about, but anyways, I hope that you guys like the back. It really is just for entertaining. So, Robert, big bro, how are you, my man? I see you. I know I take so long to say good morning to you. All I know is that all of you, my members, you know I love you. All you subscribers that come in here and drop some positive vibes, I appreciate that as well. Uncommon, how are you? Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That is correct. And you know what? Listen, the whole thing is this. We are not here to convince people. That's not what I do. I tell you the truth, and you can disagree with me, but at the end of the day, if you want to go for a drive, let's go for a drive. If you want to drink a beer, well, let's drink a beer and not drive. If you want to grab a coffee, let's grab a coffee. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with that. I hope that you understand. I know a lot of people have to get off and they just come in and take a quick peek, hate me, and drop a ugly ass comment and leave. That's fine. But for those who stick around, I want that message to really stick in there. That if we are Americans, that we don't walk around looking at people, Democrat, Republican. Don't look at people like that. When I'm at a fair in a line, I'm not looking, hey, are you Democrat or Republican? Who gives a shit? You can have a Biden hat. I don't care. You got a Trump hat? Fantastic. I don't care. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what political affiliation anybody has. You should not be out there trying to hurt anybody. All right? Now, I know, guys. I know, MAGA. I know that these people can't take any conversations without getting violent. I get it. That is a mental problem. Do you understand? That is a mental disability that these people have. This is why the LGBTQ, this is everybody that is LGBTQ from across the United States is moving to Seattle. It's a sad thing. And you will see how quickly they destroy this beautiful state. It's sad to see. It's sad to see. But we'll see. We'll see what God's plan is for this state. It's a beautiful state of Washington, man. I really, truly believe it. Let's see. Brian, what are you talking about here? They are not being handed that money. It is conditional money held by the... Guys, stay on topic. These guys, bro. We'll get there, man. Hang in there. I think I'm just going to have to skip, bro. I'm going to have to skip all these comments here. Okay, let's go all the way to the bottom. Here we go. All right, the first message that I see at the bottom is Clank. Avoid them like a plague. You know what? I made some... I have some comments that I wanna go over here with you guys. Some things that we have talked about before, some things that I have mentioned before, some things that are new to some of you. And I would like to share that with you. Give me 1 second here. I just lost it. All right. So here is what we get from, let me read my sister's comment here. Christians believe everything was created by God, and when we die, we return to our Creator. Atheists believe everything was created by nothing, and when we die, we return to the Creator, and nothing happens. All right. So here, I don't want to, I don't want to put in hate on people. Now, just so you know, guys, I am assuming that every single one of you guys on this live is like me. That you're just an American. That's it. So, if what I am going to read to you right now is bad, I don't want you to tell me. I want you to make your own decision if you agree with it and if you would continue to support it if you do agree with it. Now, I always try to make sure that I'm clear because my English is still, after 40 years, is still very stupid. If you are on the left and are doing this and you believe in it and you continue to support it, your choice. If you disagree with this and you have been supporting them, I want you to make your own decision. I'm not trying to convince you to come to the light side, okay? You can stay in the dark side. That's what you like. You think it's cool. It's okay. Do what you got to do. But this is what I get. This is what I have written and I have shared with you about the socialist Democrats that we have today. They get mad at someone investigating fraud, but not the people committing the fraud. If you support fraudsters, and you don't support investigating fraud, and you choose to stay on that side, that's your choice. They also get mad at someone enforcing the law and not the ones breaking it. I'm going to read a quote from Nayib Bukele after I get done with these. They like to call us Nazis. And yet, the Democrats are the party supporting the KKK. They have an actual Nazi candidate running for senator for the Democratic Party. Interesting. They get mad at the ones trying to make the elections more secure by asking for voter ID, proof of citizenship. But they allow anybody to vote without proving who they are. Huh. They tell us, don't worry about cheating in LA because nobody wants to have two Democrats fighting it out at the end of the day. That's the logic of the leftists. That is the logic of the leftists. That's a damn sad. That's a damn shame. Here's the quote from Nayib Bukele. They, exactly, leave it there. Just leave it there. Don't say it. Don't say it. Just say they. Nayib Bukele, president of El Salvador, says they are worried about the human rights of the killers. What about the human rights of the women who don't want to be raped? Or the kids who want to safely play in the park? That's a quote from President Nayib Bukele. Huh. We have criminals like Carmelo. He goes to the opposite team, gets under their tent, decides to go over there and taunt the white boy. Very interesting. Kills him, and then the family plays the racist card when they want to prosecute their child for murder. Well. Let me break it to you. If you go and instigate a fight and you turn out to be the killer, your ass should be in jail. That is no self-defense. What's crazy is that all these black people that have come up in defense of him are also racist and violent. Tell me, how can I have pity on you? How can I support your cause or your team when you are exactly what you're fighting against? You are the racist. You are the fraud. You are the scam. You are the criminal. Carmelo's family benefited. How, in what age did we lose our common sense and started to be retarded? In what crazy mind does this narrative fit where a criminal, just because you're black, a criminal goes and commits a crime, does not get punished because the people want to be politically correct and they don't want to be called racist? Well, I don't give a shit, and I will call you a criminal if you commit a crime. I don't give a shit about your skin color. Not only do they get away with committing the crime, they get rewarded. Carmelo's family, their son took somebody's life away, a twin. Imagine your twin brother or sister dying in your arms because some criminal killed them for a seat that doesn't even belong to them. For crying out loud. I cannot believe that America has stood that low now. The family gets hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know what pissed me off about this whole thing? What pissed me off about this whole thing is this. Okay. The black guy, let's be honest. He's a young man. He's not a child. He's a young man. He murdered this athlete, a twin brother. Murders him. Does not say sorry. The family benefits by hundreds of thousands of dollars. The father of the victim that got killed gets to their press conference, has forgave them. He's the one that lost the child. And the criminal, I don't know why they chose the criminal to represent them, to be their speaker. They actually kicked him and ridiculed him out of that press meeting. Think about it. The white man who lost his son, one of his twin sons, forgave them, went to the press conference, and they were racist towards him. They humiliated him. They ridiculed him and kicked him out and made him look like a white supremacist, racist Nazi. Disgusting. Oh, that pissed me right off. And if that doesn't piss you off, you don't have a conscience. You have no discerning. You have no convictions. You know what that means? That means that you're a fool. I'm glad that none of those fools are on my chat today. I'm glad that all of you guys have common sense and are actually think the way that I think. Don Mitch, how are you, brother? Good to see you. I'm in the middle of an inspirational moment. The hearing to hear, obviously it's a hearing, the hearing for the sentencing. The parents don't show up. They said it was an all-white jury. Racist sons of bitches. Let me ask you something. When you saw these teens taking over the beach, in Florida, I think was one of them, were they black or white? I say the majority were black. New York. What do you see in New York? Who is burning buses? Who is rioting, destroying the city, causing hundreds of millions of dollars in damage? Mostly black people. Black teenagers at that. And the white people are Antifa. I'm telling you, I don't get it. I don't get it. But common sense is not so common anymore, is it? See, just like I started, biblically speaking, if you don't have to believe in God, you don't have to believe in the Bible, but listen to what I just said. Biblically speaking, I told you that the devil knows the Bible better than the Christians. Those who have ears, listen to what the word says. The devil knows the Bible better than the Christians. So he uses it to tear apart people from good, to destroy people. In the same sense of morality, think about this. The criminals know that the people don't want to be politically correct. So what do? They commit a crime and then claim racism when they get caught. You remember Floyd? That crackhead that overdosed on fentanyl? That's right. There was some black officers there. There was an Asian officer there. And so it happens to be that a white man, poor guy, was verily putting his knee on his back. Yes, right around the neck area. That was not the cause of death. Cause of death was overdose. I don't care what anybody else says. The guy could not breathe while he was sitting perfectly fine in the car. He was overdosing. Overdose with fentanyl. And what do the black criminals do? Black Lives Matter, the fake Black Lives Matter criminal organization. They go and cause billions of damage to our cities. They go and claim racism when there is white, Asian, and black. And for some reason, Americans believe that. Or did it? Or did we? Racism is one of the things that they try to use to get away with crime. It's just the same thing as this LGBTQ BS. The moment that you confront them with the truth or you disagree with them, they become violent, destructive, hateful. Well, let me tell you something. I am against anybody hating gays, bullying gays. But I am also against gays hating straight people and bullying straight people. You see what I'm saying? We need to stop the hate on both sides. And Martin Luther King was on the right path. We don't want supremacy. We want equality. I think that if you're going to go with the racist claim, I think that white people have made their case that they love black people more than black people love themselves. This is what I love my black conservatives. Now, it is very interesting to me that some people still don't get it. The moment that I say, like for example, when the black man who supported the white men fighting for equality, the bad black man, the resentful, the hurtful, the hateful, would call them Uncle Toms. Stay with me. When I, just so you know, my background, my father was a Mayan, Afro mix, and my mother was Spaniard. Just so you know, that's why I'm very light-skinned. When I say that we are supposed to respect the law of the United States of America that American citizen rights should be protected. And that everybody that wants to live in this great nation called the United States of America, guess what they call me? Uncle Tom. So if there's any black people out there that think I don't know about what your history is because I'm not black like you, shut the hell up. You don't know shit about anybody else's history either, now do you? I'm going to tell you. One time I went to this podcast. Now, if you're listening, you know who you are. I went to this podcast with black people. And I was raised with black people. I mean, my firstborn is going to come here with me on Sunday for Father's Day. He's black. Well, he's half black because I'm not all black. And he's going to be here with me. And I was in this podcast, and I'm trying to just, I'm always for equality. But it seemed like it doesn't matter if you're conservative or not. Sometimes it's easier to play the victim card. And I'm going to explain to you why they do it. Why I don't give a shit about that victim card. I went on the show, and somehow, man, they started talking about slavery. Listen, my culture comes from slavery. I get all that bullshit. I get it. But that's in the past. People look at me as Hispanic. They think I'm a thief. So fucking what? Who cares? They don't stop me from getting a job. And if they stop me from getting a job, I'm going to get my own business. How about that? So they start talking about slavery. And it really was the wife of the guy. She didn't like my answers. All of a sudden, because my skin is not dark like theirs, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Sorry, excuse my friend. I'm going to try not to use the F word, the F word. I'll try to use something different. But what pissed me off about it is, here I am. I'm on their side. You know what I'm saying? I'm on their side. Like we're part of the same group. And I tell the truth and how it's different today. Michelle Obama was the first lady, and she was still saying white people are evil. Does she not understand that the majority of the population in this country is white people? And the white people put her in office. It showed we're not racist. It showed we're not prejudiced. And it also shows that we're fucking stupid. I'm sorry about the F-bomb. I apologize. It also shows that we're freaking stupid. Because the DEI. So anyway, so she kicks me off the live. And I was like, whoa, hey, hey, what's going on? What happened here? He's like, oh, Dennis, you keep interrupting. I was like, well, they asked me a question. I have to answer it. So if you ask me a question, I have to answer it, and then I get kicked out. And I was like, okay, you know what? That's it. Enough. I'll never come back. So there's that. So I have issues with that. So it doesn't matter if you're conservative, if you're on my side or not. At some point, it's so much easier to play the victim card. Let me tell you who uses the victim card. You ready? Let me tell you why they use the victim card. You see, when you're a loser, even if you're not, but you feel that you are a loser, you see, when you don't like yourself, when you have all these insecurities, when you have no self-esteem, when you feel that you have no self-worth because you think other people look better than you, other people have more money than you, other people are in a better class category than you, other people, other people, other people, other people, other people. You're always blaming somebody else for your uselessness. So what do? Well, if I'm black and I claim racism, well, all of a sudden, I don't have to do anything. And I'm still going to look like some sort of hero, some sort of fighter against inequality. Shut the hell up. Losers. If you are black and you say that white people are racist, you are a loser. If you are black and you say that you don't have opportunities in this world, it's because you're a loser. If you are black and you think that everything bad that happens into your life is because of racism against you, you're a freaking loser. You're a moron. Now, with that being said, every black man that believes to be an American, you guys are equal to every single American. You see the difference? I know a guy, he's black. I do a better job than him. Oh, it's racism because I'm Hispanic and he's black, so he gets DEI preference. DEI preference on the black man. Lazy ass mother cracker. I'm trying to fix my words here. Lazy ass worker. I do twice a better job than he does. And he makes more than I do. How about that? There is black podcasters that their whole success is surrounded by racist victimhood card. I'm telling you this. There are Hispanics that call me a racist because I believe on legal immigration. I know black people that don't like to be called African American. They're just black American. They can still use black, that's fine. I think black is beautiful. Some ugly ass black people out there. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I mean, look at this ugly Hispanic guy. There's ugly on every ethnicity. All right, let's call it for what it is. And just because somebody says you're ugly, it doesn't mean that they're racist. It just means that you're ugly. I'm gonna tell you some truth. I'm going to share some truth. Now, you can take it or leave it. Okay? You can take it or leave it. Stop. This is for married people. Married people or somebody with a commitment. Stop comparing your spouse to somebody else's. Stop it. Stop it. I don't care what it is. Stop it. Forget about wealth. Just for a moment. Forget about wealth. Forget about anything. Let's say money was useless. There's nothing you can do with money. There was no more technology. Nothing. And you have a spouse. And they are all that is left for you. What should be your priority? If you figure this out, I'm going to tell you, you will have the happiest marriage. You will. Not conflict-free, but happiest marriage ever. And if you have been married for decades, you know what I'm talking about. If you have a husband that looks kind of ugly like I am, but he's your husband, and he loves you, he lives to provide for you, just to be there for you, and loves your stretch marks and you're too fat or too skinny or too tall, too short. It doesn't matter what imperfection the world throws on us. You need to love him. You need to love her. You understand? You have to caress your wife. You have to caress your husband. You got to make your spouse feel special. I guarantee you that if you go away for a while and you come back and see your spouse, they're going to be the most beautiful people that you will have ever seen in your life. Take it or leave it. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. You can have curves of every shapes that you might want and like out there, but there's nothing better than the one you have at home. Now, I'm talking to married people again. I hope you understand what that means. But I really want to get back to this racist card. Stop it. Seek help. You need it. I know a lot of successful black business owners, a lot of successful workers, managers, supervisors. Man, I shared this story before about this man from, I want to say he's from Ghana, I think it was. I think it was from Ghana. I can't remember. I can't remember which African country. But I remember that I went to my final interview to become an American citizen. You know, I'm thinking, you know, I got my little oath sheet. Yeah. I hereby declare on oath. Oh man, I was so proud. Got my little sheet here for my oath. Got my suit on. You know what I'm saying? Double Windsor knot. You know what I'm saying? You know what those double Windsor knot is? You go twice. Anyway. And I thought, man, I'm looking sharp. I'm going to be representing the American people in the best way. You know, all my Hispanic people that do this legally. I am representing all of those Hispanics who love this country. I was so filled with the good pride. You know what I mean? Like I was just, oh man, I got this. And then we go out into this room where we're going to make this oath. Now, the guy was bigger than me. He's like 6'7" or something. Now I look at him like this because I'm only 6'1", right? And so he has a 3-piece suit on, just like me, but he looks better. We stood up to make the oath. A lot of Middle Eastern people over there laying down on the benches. They didn't give a shit. I'm saying it like it is. But this African man, a real African man, hey! I said, brother, you look good. Fist pump. Right there. When we said the oath to the United States of America, I felt shamed. This guy was even prouder than me to become an American citizen. I mean, the guy was standing tall and sharp. And oh my goodness, and making his oath. And then we sing the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and he's saluting, and, you know, the guy is just, I said, man, I said, man, you make me very proud to be an American citizen today. Wow. You know, I wish that I would have, I don't know, maybe get his number, stay in touch. That's how much I looked him up. You know what I mean? Looked up to him. Because that's how it should be. That's how it should be to be an American citizen. You should be so proud to be American. I'm going to tell you, man, I'm so proud to be an American citizen today. You see it down there? You see that? Gulf of America. I love it. Even the Dennis Herrera show is on the American flag. I love it. Everybody should be proud of being an American, of being a resident in this country. This is the greatest country. Now, I got some negative news here, but we continue to make it positive. We'll talk about Iran. But before we talk about Iran, let me read a couple of notes that I have shared with you guys before. Don Mitch, I hope so. Gavin Newsom has a lot to answer for because he has nothing to account for. Nothing. Before we get into the Iran subject, I will allow people to call in, so just hang tight if you want to call in. One call at a time, please. And I will try to keep it a 5-minute minimum. I always say that, and some people go way above it because I allow it. But I will allow you guys to call in. Give me 1 second. I talk about NATO, right? But we'll get to that. People complain about unaffordability, and Democrats continue to raise taxes on the people. Barrel of oil is at $77.89 as we speak. The gas here in Washington State has gone down 50 cents for me. It still needs to go down a lot more, but at least 50 cents. See, people complain about unaffordability, and they don't support our immigration law. They emotionally go into this thing of defending illegal immigrants. So you have so many things that you're complaining about. Okay. If you complain that there is not enough housing available, you shouldn't defend illegal immigration. You see what I'm saying? If you are complaining about high prices because of high demand, you shouldn't complain about illegal immigration. I'm sorry, you shouldn't defend illegal immigration. That's what I should say. Yeah, that's right. You shouldn't defend illegal immigration. If you complain about housing shortages, you shouldn't complain about illegal immigration. What the? Man, I'm so confused right now. Hold on. English sucks. You shouldn't complain. Hey, my brain is backwards. You should, okay, if you complain about housing, we'll go to commercial break. We'll be right back after this. I'm just kidding. I ain't got no sponsors yet. Get in touch if you want to be a sponsor. If you're complaining about about housing shortages, not enough housing available, housing availability. If you're complaining about that, you shouldn't support illegal immigrants. Okay, I think that's it. That's the one. Yeah, that's the right one. You shouldn't support illegal immigrants. If you think everything is high prices because of high demand, you shouldn't support illegal immigrants. If you think the unemployment is so high, you shouldn't be supporting illegal immigrants. If you are tired of paying high property taxes, you shouldn't support Democrats. If you are tired of not having a good paying job, you should not support Democrats. If you are a business owner and are tired of all these taxes and regulations that the government is putting on your business, is causing you to go bankrupt and actually never come back in business, you shouldn't vote for Democrats. Now, what's interestingly enough is that both of these things are on the left. It just is. It is what it is. What can I tell you? So, again, I said this before. Before these millions of illegal immigrants came into this country, our economy was okay. Our economy was good under Trump. It became really bad under Biden. And why do you think that is? Massive illegal immigration. That's what. Now, I know a lot of people don't use critical thinking for trying to analyze things. But think about this. There is a thing called federal money distribution. I think that's what it's called. That's what I call it. That's what I call it. Every state makes money. California sends most of the money and taxes to the federal government, but that's not because California is making more business. No, it's because they're ripping more people off on taxes. And they get a lot of that money back. Not all of it, but a lot of that money back. And when they do that, this is what Robert and Brian and, and everybody else here, Don, and everybody knows. Raj, all of my members, all conservatives, all people on the right know. Fraud and scamming is happening on every state, especially blue states and cities. And so a lot of billions of dollars can be used to temporarily patch holes in the economy. And I believe that's what brought the economy, the inflation back from 9-point-something% during Biden's administration to a lot lower. And this is where President Trump took over, right? Now, we haven't hit 9% like Biden. We hit like 3.5, I think it was. That's pretty high. We don't want it there. We want it to be around 2.5 inflation. That's how it is. That's the economy in the world, and every price has to go up, little by little, but everything goes up. Nothing stays cheap forever. Now, with that being said, during the Biden administration, that's how they were able to lower those numbers. I'm telling you, man, I cover this shit all the time. And I told you, many people on those illegal immigrant caravans were complaining once President Trump secured the border because now Mexico is stuck with them. And then Mexico started deporting them. Ironic, ain't it? Mexico was supporting all these illegal immigrants coming into the United States of America. But the moment that President Trump secures that southern border, now Mexico has to deal with all those migrants in those caravans, hundreds of thousands, if not millions still. Mexico started deporting them. They were no longer loving the migrant caravans. Oh, Claudia Sheinbaum. Vamos a apoyarlos al 100%. Vengan todos. Todos tienen el derecho humano para llegar a los Estados Unidos. She's over there. Oh, welcome. Everybody has the rights to be. Everybody has human rights, and they can all be in the United States of America. Let's support our migrants, she says. Boom. United States border secured. Closed. Done. All of a sudden, Claudia Sheinbaum, oh, wait a minute. Well, our children are not getting the education that they're supposed to because now we got so many illegal immigrants in our public schools and they're taking all of the medical assistance that we have for our Mexican citizens. And, well, now they got to go. And now we got to close down this immigration support, the buildings. And even the Catholic churches are closing the doors and kicking the illegal immigrants out and saying, go back to your country. Isn't that interesting? But you know what? But people on the left are going to continue to deny. It is just funny to me. And it pisses me off because, well, I'm American now, so it affects me. It affects me. Now, if I have any beaners on the chat, some of my peeps, you know what I'm saying? Some of my peeps. If you are a migrant to this country, I got a question for you. You ready? I basically gave you the answer with the example of Claudia Sheinbaum. What would you do? They do it already, but they do it already. What would you do if the country where you are from has poverty issues, crime issues, government issues? And then you have illegal immigrants come in and burden your Social Security care, health care, education in the system. Take away the economy because they come to your country, they send it back to their country. What would you do? What would you do? If you are an American that makes decisions with emotions, I want to ask you a question. Do you like veterans being on the street? Do you like veterans not having free health care? I'm sure most do. But there's still a lot that don't. Do you like that our welfare system is not as strong as it should be? Do you have a problem with unemployment? Do you have a problem that there is no universal health care? Do you have a problem that there's probably millions of legitimate residents or citizens without health care? Because it's too expensive? If the answer is yes, I'm with you. I too have a problem with it. But you know what the difference is? I am trying to stop it from getting worse. And there are those people who continue to support millions of illegal immigrants who are taking up the education, health care, welfare out of this country. And the economy loses billions and billions of dollars every year because of illegal immigrants. That is my argument. We have, and we all agree, We have problems in the welfare system, our healthcare system, our educational system, our economy. We all agree. But one side, it's trying to remove the excess number of people who don't belong in here. Some of us want the borders to stay secured, because even if the border is secured, people will still smuggle humans and drugs into this country. Moral of the story is, if you cared about Americans, now this is the key. If you care about Americans having free health care, welfare, fixing the American economy, then you will care about having a secure border and about getting every illegal immigrant out of this country. Here's what I'm going to give you a little scapegoat, so to speak. Now, this is not going to work because obviously people are not going to do it. But here we go. I think our immigration system is broken because of activist judges, because of activist governors, senators, etc. We know this. With that being said, it could be a very long, strenuous sacrifice that needs to be made. But if everybody who doesn't have papers, it's illegal in this country, if they apply for a green card, remember what President Trump said, they got to do it from their country, not here. So they got to leave, apply for a green card. I can't wait. Millions and millions of illegal immigrants leaving. And every single one of them that gets denied never comes back. If they do, it's a felony. But those who have proven to be faithful workers, no DUI, no domestic violence, no crimes, no felonies, even though they work here illegally, because if they don't have papers, it's a felony, they should still have a chance to be residents because they have proven in one way or another that they were okay to be here. Now, they're still a burden to the country because, if they're going to be on welfare, etc., you will not be qualifying. Let me just say that. If you don't depend on welfare, if you don't depend on, free stuff from the government, you should qualify to be here. And you have no criminal background, of course. See, there's a lot of things that need to happen in order for these things to be legit, in order for these things to be taken out seriously. But people today, they complain about this color and that color, and they complain about this bill, and they complain about, the president with Venezuela, with Iran, and they complain about the gas, and they complain about the food, and they complain about the housing, and they complain about everything and their mama, but they do nothing to help the situation. If this country was a perfect country, every governor, senator, every city council would be full of Americans and green card holders who actually care about the legal immigrants, that actually care about American citizen rights, human and legal rights being protected. I can tell you, if the local governor, if the governor and the mayor will actually do their job in their cities and states and stop worrying so much about the freaking president and what he's doing outside and inside, this country will be so much more powerful and united. I know many people have mentioned this, and I agree to a point, but we don't want to be communists anyway. We shouldn't have Republicans or Democrats. We should just have American citizens. I don't understand why we have to have. I do understand, but stay with me. I don't understand why we have to have different laws for every state. I don't. Because as United States of America, every law should be equal. You know, age of marriage, for minors, it should be equal across all the states. Taxes equal across all states. I know why we have differences, and one of the main differences is because we have constitutions. Every state has a constitution, as far as I know. Every state has a constitution and its own national guard. So every governor of every state, it's a commander-in-chief of the National Guard. Technically, they're like the president, but for the state, not the country. Now, with that being said, if the president tells you that your city is so full of crime and hate and is out of control, if the president has to tell you, I can send you the National Guard, I can send you funds to hire more police officers, and you say no, you are the problem. Who will say no to help? If I was governor, and I know that there's some governors that are actually doing this, and they're doing tremendous. Listen, if you you don't have to take my word for it. You can fact check me. You can go do your own research. But we're talking about here, our states, yours and mine. Every governor, listen to me. It's so simple and clear as day. Clear as day. If you are for American citizen, human, and legal rights, the governors and the mayors would work with the federal government to secure this nation, to get rid of illegal immigrants, and to have a faster processing immigration courts. But the problem is that unfortunately, the Democrat politicians, I miss the real Democrats, the ones that made the change in life. The socialist Democrats that we have today, they have corrupted themselves with DEI. They have corrupted themselves with activists. They have corrupted themselves with communists, with Marxists, with socialists. Democratic Party has been hit with so many cancers. It's fatal. Those cancers are killing the Democratic Party. Now, if I say the word cancer, I have to say, I know some people who are battling cancer as we speak. My mother died of cancer. It is that bad. It is that bad. That's why Democrats, you'll need to just watch. I don't have to tell you. You see it for yourself. When Nick Shirley went to Minnesota, and he partnered up with this man named Dave or David, and they went around with a camera, and they showed us that there was daycares, different daycares in the same building, different health cares in the same building. Now, understand this. If we have different kind of doctors, yes. But the same sort of benefits and health cares in the same building. with nobody in there. People said, we want proof. Well, there's the video. There's the hours posted on the door when they're open. There's nobody there. Some people were there. But they were not legit businesses. They said, show me proof. Okay, apparently the video is not good enough. I get it. Maybe that day people did not come to the business. They said, show us the proof. And then we say, well, you got the corrupted mayor and the corrupted governor, and we got Ilhan Omar, and we know how she's getting into office. We know how they are getting the votes. And they said, well, show us the proof. I need to see proof of what is going on and what you say. 12 out of 15 people that have been investigated thanks to Nick Shirley and the videos that he showed has been proving in court that they were scamming the American people for billions and billions of dollars. And yet they still say, I want proof. I don't know what the hell they think proof is. I really don't know what to say. $100 billion plus. Hundreds of billions of dollars on a train in California. Nothing to show for. And they say, I want proof of what you're talking about. I want proof. I'm telling you, man, people don't know proof if they slap them right inside the face. Across the face. I want proof. Interesting. People, you got to think, man. You got to think for yourselves. You can't be that blind. You can't be that naive and gullible. You just can't do that. You got to listen, go do your own research. Walk in, please. Rush will run circles around you with the truth and facts and stats. So shut the hell up. Have some respect for my sis. She's a very smart woman. Very smart. I watch Fox. I like Fox. I like Fox for a reason. And it's not for the reasons that these libtards think of. I compare news outlets, man, and I compare the way that they deliver the news. And you guys are my witnesses that we cover a lot of live streams, and I haven't lately, but we cover a lot of live streams. We hear all the speeches, we hear all the news, we hear all of the information given to the news outlets and everything. And when I listen to CNN, it's like, wait a minute, that's not what I heard. Wait a minute, what the? I was watching that thing with you. What? That's not what he said at all. No, you're taking that out of context. This is what he said. And then I go to Fox and, well, they say it like the president says it. What do you want me to say? You're stupid. You're stupid if you are a news outlet and you know that everybody is watching this and you put your own narrative twist on it. You put your own rhetoric on it. You are stupid if you do that. Now, if it's something that's not public, you can always say, hearsay. You can always make your little theories and cases. And okay, in that case, if you're wrong, and it's nothing bad. But when every American is watching the news, the live press conferences, you can't lie about it, man. And if you believe what CNN says, I'll just say this, go watch the live conference yourself. Listen to it. Corrupted communist Democrats here, boom, instantly went on X and they make a video. Oh, President Trump loves inflation. And why did he say that? He said, I love inflation because when this war in Iran is over, when I fix the problems that we're having, prices are going to drop so drastically. But they don't say that part. They just put, I love inflation. It's sort of like the same argument that people bring in all the time. Oh, President Trump loves the uneducated. That's all they heard. So we watch the whole live and we listen to the whole speech. And that's not what he says. That is part of what he says. But he's making a joke about it, but that's part of what he says. He's making sure everybody is included because everybody on the left is so inclusive, they say. So we got to include the uneducated. We got to include the retards. Everybody has to be on our side. But he also says very smart, very wise. So which one are you? Are you one of the retards that supports President Trump, or are you one of the wise ones that support President Trump? I will tell you with common sense, as I have seen so many hundreds of people here on my lives. Yeah, we are the smart ones. We are the educated ones, the ones that use common sense. The ones who would vote for President Trump again if we knew that he could do another 4 years. But I think at his age, he should retire after this. And we want Vance. J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. I think J.D. Vance should be next. And hopefully after 8 years, Marco Rubio will take over. I think that will be fantastic. All right, with that being said, before we get into this Iran issue, I can go ahead and you don't know what that means. You don't know what that is, Mish. With that being said, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my line. Now remember, it's a cell phone, so you are not going to abuse my time. I will go ahead and give you the phone number to call here. There you go. You can call me, and then you can ask me a question on immigration. Stay on topic. Okay? Stay on topic. It has to be about immigration. Tree, we know they cheated, bro. We know that that's what they're doing, but they will get caught, man. They will get caught eventually. I know we got to suffer. We got to pay the price in the meantime, but they will get caught, my friend. Barrel of oil, $77.89 as we speak. Joseph, the reason why you like Rubio is because I think he's been more on the spotlight of some of the things that he's doing, especially, you have to understand this, that the reason that President Trump has put Rubio on this is because a lot of the conflicts that we have in this world has been Hispanic countries, and Rubio sort of identifies with them, and people in Latin America, most people, not all, most people respect him for being Hispanic and being in the U.S. Government. So that's why Rubio, he's more known, so to speak. Stuart girl, how are you? Tanya, have I told you lately that I love you? Oh, man, I love having my sister here. Raj Babe, always so good to see you on here. I know you're always busy, but thank you for coming in here and making some time for us. I appreciate it. Yes, we heard. Yeah, a little bit. My daughter. Come on, guys. Ask me a question or make a comment on immigration. And then the next time that I open up my line, we'll go ahead and take questions or accept comments on Iran. Yeah, tree crew. Vance Rubio, bro. I will say, I dare say, would be probably the most explosive, most, I dare say, powerful combination that the United States of America has ever seen. I really believe that. Now, Don't get me wrong. I love J.D. Vance with Trump. No, nothing. No, my, kudos to them. They're fantastic. They're phenomenal. They're doing a great job. But for what we're setting ourselves up for in the future, man, Vance and Rubio, powerful, dynamic duo. Wonder Twin Powers, activate. I don't know where that came from. Just remembering my childhood Justice League moments. Let's see. Who are we talking about here? Giving you guys a chance. Nobody wants to call? What's going on? You guys don't see the number up there? What is it? What is it? Who is it? Is it a friend of mine? Who is it? Is it my brother? Who is it? I can take this 'cause I'm lonely. There we go. There we go. I knew all I had to do was sing for you guys. This is how we get people to call. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
It's Joe.
Joe, what's going on, Joe? What you got for me, buddy?
Well, I live in Michigan. I'm not, on the West Coast there, but we got some issues almost as bad. You have, a Congressman, Rashida Tlaib here, who tends to, how would I say it, just simp for all of the, foreigners, and that she is a foreigner.
Yep.
And she's an outright communist. And it's,
yep.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
We have these issues that all of these people come to this country and they want to suck. They want to take. They don't want to give. They don't want to work hard.
Yeah.
When my grandparents came to this country, they worked their ass off.
Yep.
If you didn't produce enough, or somebody in your community didn't help you out, you either starved or you went back to where you came from.
Yeah.
And, it's unfortunate that we have people coming here with their hand out and want to live off of us.
Yeah.
And we currently have a situation, I don't know if you've heard much out there, but there was a new bridge built in Detroit over to Windsor, Ontario there, funded by the Canadian government. Basically because they didn't like the private owner of the existing bridge and wouldn't let him build a twin span there, but yet come up with this boondoggle project that is going to cost, it's already cost over $6 billion at this point.
Yeah.
Whereas the existing owner could have twinned that existing bridge for around $750 million, give or take.
Yeah.
And it's been basically a political payoff type, thing. And part of it, in with the project, needing to do a new interchange on the freeways and stuff of that sort. Whereas they could have built the existing road from the existing bridge, upgraded it to freeway grade, for less than $1 billion,
yeah.
An elevated freeway with a boulevard below, which would have worked just fine, yeah. And had the private owner, build that. But they've conned, all of the people in this area are conned into believing, oh, this deal is great. Michigan didn't pay anything for the bridge, and they get part of it. Well, except for the devil's always in the details.
Right.
The price is so high to build this bridge that Michigan will be lucky if they see a dime a toll in the next 50 to 100 years.
Yeah.
That, that everybody with this sense of they want to go with fairness. Well, the Canadian government spent all this excess money paying off their political cohorts, letting them, have contracts to build this bridge that was way overspent on.
Yeah.
Whereas the other competing one is about 70 miles away up at Port Huron, Michigan, that the state of Michigan owns that bridge. They had to, in the 90s, put another section and twin that bridge because of the capacity issues. Well, they did that for about $108 million. If you price adjust that for inflation and that puts that building that twin bridge that I'm telling you about, in Detroit, that the existing owner could have done in the $500 million range. You throw in money for land acquisition, stuff like that.
Yep.
That's where I come up with the $750 million.
Yeah.
But here we have an $8 billion project. Well, they fought this owner for years and wouldn't let him build that other bridge, but yet they conned a governor of the state of Michigan into signing on to this deal a while back, telling him that it'd only be a couple $1 billion and that toll, once the money's paid back, Michigan would get half of the toll money. Yeah. Well, the problem is they want to set the toll so low, kind of snipe at the existing owner of this other bridge, which he's got the lowest cost of any of these three bridges, where over 60% of the trade with Canada, of the entire country's trade, crosses in one of these three bridges, and most of it was at the one bridge, almost half of it, there. But anyhow, the long and short of it is, Donald Trump is said he's not going to allow this bridge to open till they, settle these issues with Canada, and all of the people are conned into believing that, well, Canada paid for it, they should get paid back for it. Well, you can't overspend and then say that you're not going to get any of your toll money until it's totally paid back when you overspend on it. Right. It was basically a scheme that was designed to steal all that money back.
Yeah, it's obvious. What's really going to blow your mind is, and people don't know this because they don't do research, but I'm a very curious guy. I'm so curious. I look at all kinds of different structures and, mega structures. I don't know if you heard about those YouTube's channels, but mega structures going up. And what's crazy is that out of all the wealth that China has been stealing from the United States of America, they were able to make replica mini cities of Paris, Germany, even the United States. In China, just big things that just because, for the hell of it, just because we got money. In the Philippines, there was a big ass, just because you said this on the bridge, there's a big ass freeway made, and there's no traffic. Like, but the point is this:
elevated freeway they built around Manila there.
Yes, yeah. So here, my point is this: the materials, at the end of the day, the materials and all the labor is just the same as it would be here in America. But the difference is that we have these hundreds of billions of dollars for projects, and nothing happens. Like, if eventually something does happen, but they scheme so much money off it. Like here in Washington State, and Rush Babe is my witness. They raised about $12 billion to our budget. Do you know how much of that money is accounted for? Zero. And they raised, they're trying to pass a state income tax up to 10%, right, on new taxes for people that make $1 million or more. And they say, we are going to make sure that we account for every dollar of that. They don't say, hey, we're still going to find out what happened to the other 12 billion. No, they don't say that. They just forget about it, guys. We don't know what happened. And people on the left, they just don't question it. They're like, okay, no big deal. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and tax the rich. But, you have these third world countries building these mega structures, and these are third world shithole countries, supposedly. Pardon me, my Filipinos. I think the Philippines is fantastic. I think it's beautiful. But this is just a way to look at it economically, right? and these countries are having mega freeways, and we are the United States of freaking America. That bridge that you're talking about, bro, we should have the latest technology on those bridges. We should have the best freeways and highways. Billions and billions of dollars. That's a lot of hundreds of millions, man. People don't realize.
It's interesting you brought up China because a lot of it was Chinese steel involved, which is going to bring a problem down the road when it starts to fail. But and you brought up the thing about the budget in Washington State. Okay, our governor, you can only run 2 terms now here in Michigan. The present governor, Gretchen Whitmer, the wicked witch of the Midwest, the budget was around $49 million when she came into office 8 years ago. What do you think it is today? Try 83 million.
Yeah.
Billion. I don't know why I said million. Billion.
It's billions.
But how do you increase the budget that much? And North Carolina has more population than Michigan does, but yet their budget is still in that $50 billion range or less.
Yeah.
It's the government spending is out of control, and basically this whole thing in this bridge deal that I'm telling you about. Trump needs to have the balls to tell Canada that but besides the other trade issues that he's dealing with them on, the supply management and all of that, that in order to open this bridge, that they're going to either write the debt down to the $750 million, or they're going to give Michigan toll from day one and only deduct 25% off of their portion of the toll, until that's paid off. That way, that will encourage them, to put the toll to the proper level. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And we get taken advantage of. We let country after country take advantage of us.
Yeah.
We brought in immigrants from all over the world instead of trying to bring in people who want to work hard.
That's the way it should work.
Like what we have in the past. We're bringing in ones that have their hand out and want to live off of welfare. That's wrong, and it needs to stop. And you're absolutely right. That's what's drove housing costs to the moon. And you said you're in Washington State there. The 2 areas of Canada that had prices of property just skyrocket starting in the late 80s, early 90s was both Vancouver there and Toronto, that prices skyrocketed because of all of the people leaving Hong Kong because they knew that the Chinese were going to take it over, that they had to get out or they weren't going to be on this side of the grass, if you know what I mean.
Yes, sir. Man.
And the cost.
Close it up, Joe.
Basically, realtors in Toronto would tell these people, the house you just bought, we'll move into it because I'll turn around and I'll flip it for another $100,000 for you.
Yeah.
That shows exactly the point you made earlier about the illegal immigration, of how that's drove the housing cost up. It's not quite to that level in this country, but it's drove it up, and we need to change what we're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Joe, for your call. I appreciate you.
Yep. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you and your family. Take care.
Yep. Take care.
What a fantastic call. Man, I love it, man. People are paying attention. People are paying attention. And what's crazy is that the people that think like me, I think, are the ones that understand what I'm talking about. And there's the people on the left, for some reason, there's still a lot of Americans that They just don't want to see what's in front of them. They don't want to see reality. Time is on my side. Yes, he is. I know you missed that, bro. What's going on, baby? Where you been? Man, miss you having you here, bro. But you know what? I still, if you go to the beginning of my life today, maybe it didn't turn out to be as good as I thought it would be. But if you come back to the beginning of my life, your name is still in my members list, and thank you for still being a supporter of my channel. You know, a lot of people think that we're being hateful by just, telling the facts, telling the truth. And, for some reason, people on the left will continue to say, show me proof. I just don't understand how much proof we can show, to people. Like, I really don't understand. What sort of proof do you want me to give you? Here in Washington State, let me tell you why they get away with a lot of stuff, okay? Number one, they own the judicial court, the judicial branch. They own the legislature branch. And they own the executive branch. That's what happens when you have by the way, a government that the people supposedly vote in. That is a problem when you have a bunch of activists move into your government, when you have communists move into your government, when you have all these people who want illegal immigrants to be first before American citizens. See, that's a problem. And I think that, hey, Vilma, I think that, maybe one of the questionnaires and one of the requisites is that you're not an activist or a communist or a socialist, you can kind of squeeze by, but that you're not a communist or an activist. I think those two things should really, or a Marxist. Now, let's just throw everything in there. That you're not a Marxist, socialist, communist, activist. All of that shit needs to be thrown in there in the requisite that you are not those things. Maybe not even capitalist. Let's just say throw capitalist in there as well. That you have to be neutral and you have to support what actually works. Not an ideology that we haven't had. Let's be honest. We're celebrating 250 years of success. And that success has a lot of tragedies, death, some racism, slavery, has gotten a lot of revolutions and all this other stuff. But we are who we are today because we have overcome all of the obstacles throughout our history. And so today, we're not going to change something that's not broken. Socialism has not been the tool that has made this country wealthy and great. Don't listen to the lies that rich people are taking the wealth away from you. Let me be clear before we continue. This question is, when you think about Elon Musk being a trillionaire, let me just finish refilling my coffee here, and I'm going to give you my thought on that. I don't understand why people are so easily deceived by this corrupted government. I just don't understand. I'm almost done with my pot. Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. That's the last. Don't worry, guys. It's not a whole pot. It's only 28 ounces. 28 ounces. Scott Byrne, welcome to the Dennis Herrera show, eh? Oh, man, I love my Canadian Patriots, man. Love you guys. I still want Alberta. Every time I see Scott, and who was my other Canadian guy in here? There was another Canadian guy in here. Every time I see you guys in here, I want Alberta to become the 51st state. I know everybody's talk shit about Trump, but I'll tell you what, the G7, my friends, yeah, well, they didn't talk that much shit about it. But I do want Alberta to be the 51st state, and I will say drill, baby, drill. I love you too, brother. Thank you for being in here, man. This is in Spanish. Ponle ganas to be successful. That is true. Hey, Vilma, I'm going to say something to you right now because you said that. You are so 100%, sis. I know. I've been slacking on my show, and it's because, I have things that put doubts, in my brain. But you're right. I can put who Rush babe. Why? No, don't block her. Don't block Vilma. She's right. Yeah, Vilma. She's one of our conservative ladies. She's good. Don't worry. There's some people that I love speaking Spanish. I just don't like to respond to rude people who put Spanish things in there that are just rude. If you see any Spanish on there, don't worry. I'll get rid of them if it's not good. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, Vilma is good. She's damn. Rush Babe is actually throwing some people out of here. Weak America can't even build a pool. Rush Babe, you can't blame Adman. There is that algae problem that we're having. That is for sure something that I've seen. But again, I already addressed those things. So don't worry about it, okay? Nope, not once. I think you disagree with some stuff, Vilma, but it's legit. There's nothing wrong with it. I appreciate that. And I love you. I give you my love. Don't worry about that. So, Rush, be nice to Vilma. Vilma is because I said it to my mods before that I don't want anything in Spanish because it's not a Spanish channel, but yeah, I throw my Spanish around sometimes, so it's okay. Time on my side say, I speak de Española, baby. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I know you did block her. Well, you block her comment, I think. So it's good. Don't block Vilma. She's my girl. She's okay. She's my Latina friend. You guys threw me out to the other side of the court. Where the hell was I? See, this is why I don't pay attention to you guys too much. You guys throw me off. All right. Do we have anybody else that wants to make a call in about immigration before we get into this issue with Iran? The trolls and the libtards that come into my lives, they don't know that they got to stay on subject. Otherwise, I can't address their questions. The other rule is if you want me to address your comment or to ask a question, you didn't block her. Okay. Yeah, I think you just removed the comment. Try putting a super chat on the damn channel if you want to demand my attention. All right? Mel's Walk in Faith. I see somebody calling in here. Who's this?
Hey.
You're live on the Dennis Herrera Show. What's going on, Robert?
I do support the illegals in one way. I support them getting deported.
I support them getting repatriated. That's what you mean.
Yeah.
What issues do you have over there in Idaho? Is there any issues with sort of housing affordability or anything like that?
Our housing will probably start coming down soon too, along with gas prices. Our food prices are already starting to drop too. I was just at the store this morning, and I noticed some of the things are getting lower priced. So the left can whine and cry all they want, but we can't afford food. Oh, boo-hoo, learn to buy store brand, dumbasses.
I think somebody wants to call. I think Mel wants to call in. Now,
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
No problem, brother. So one of the things that one of the things he touched up. Go ahead, Mel. One of the things that he touched up on is the pricing, right? Pricing going down, and he says buy store brand, items. One of the reasons, let's be honest, pricing is always going to go up. Every year, prices go up. Okay, nothing will stay down because everything goes up. But it also matters how you spend your money. If you go out there and you want to go buy expensive items, that's on you. But you always will have that choice. What's going on, Mel?
Hey, what's up, Dennis? It's your Puerto Rican brother, remember me?
Boricua. Yeah, no, bro. What's going on?
I'm doing all right, man. Couple things I wanted to state. First of all, the situation with the affordability. I mean, I'm seeing change in the affordability. I've noticed that a lot of people on the left are saying, oh, well, our gas prices aren't going down. Well, yeah, it's because you live in a state where they tax and regulate to oblivion, and that's why your prices aren't down. I'm in a red state, and my gas is in the low threes. So,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
The
Like,
gas here in Washington State went down 50 cents at a gas station that I go to.
look at that. Yeah, and also, you know, I know you commented on a situation where, you know, how much proof do we got to give you, right? But the Bible talks about, you know, arguing with fools, you know, no matter, in the book of Proverbs, it talks about no matter how much proof you will give a fool, they still will not believe it. They will believe the lies they want to believe.
Yeah.
You know, and they're just going to continue to believe the same algorithm that they're fed, because what happens is Facebook, YouTube, Google, if that's what you're searching, right, that topic, and that's what you favor, that's what Google or YouTube is going to give you. They're going to continue to give you what you want to hear. So, that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, man. Well said. That's a good point. Do you have anything? Tell me something about Trump's performance, and don't be a hypocrite. Don't try to defend him too much. Just be real, brother. Honest answer.
No. I'm very moderate.
I like honest, just direct.
Trump. I will say, one concern I do have with Iran is that, like, you know, when Obama did the deal with Iran, he had them down to 3% enrichment of uranium.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we spent all this money bombing Iran and you know, numbers being thrown out of 300 billion. So I've been kind of critical, very critical of Trump's movement with Iran, because I've been somewhat of an isolationist when it comes to America.
Yeah.
We have a lot of problems in America that we need to address first before we get involved in foreign affairs. Now, self-defense, that's something different. If they attack us, we should react, obviously. But when we're going and get involved with Israel or get involved with other countries' affairs in the Middle East and stuff like that, that's part of the reason that all these other countries hate us, because we go there, we bow them to oblivion, and then we start nation building. And then in South America, they've done it where we do regime change.
Yeah.
And that's why America looks bad to the rest of the world, because we stick our fingers in their business, and then we change the leaders, and some of these leaders were doing good for their country. I mean, you know about it in Honduras, what happened in Honduras.
Yep.
And it makes us look very bad in America for doing that. We need to focus on ourselves, on our hemisphere. That's my opinion.
Yeah, well, it's I'm trying to be nice here and everything, but all the people that hate America for doing everything to try to help other countries, I just like humbly say to them, "Fuck you very much for for hating America," because you're right, brother. I'm with you on that. I do agree. Don't get me wrong. I agree that we are going to be hated for doing that, but I also agree and believe that's just who we are, man. We help people. We help other countries, and so we're going to have to take that hate with it. That's just the way it is, brother. All right, Mel, thank you so much for calling, brother. I appreciate you. Always good to hear you, man.
To you. Take care.
All right, bye. Here we go. So, all right, so let's go ahead and close up the immigration part, and let's go ahead and start talking about Iran. One of the first things that I will say to you guys is this, okay? Don't want you to call until we'll actually get to have all my points out here. One of the things that I'm going to start with this, okay? We know that Iran and their proxies have been hurting the United States of America and other countries, not just us, for 47 years, since the Ayatollah took over in Iran. They transformed a great country, a great nation that was going in the right direction. I know. Unfortunately, they made a bad deal with us, and we were taking a lot of that wealth. But hey, that's good for us. That's not something that you should be worried or concerned or feel guilty about. It is a deal that we made, and it was a good deal for the United States of America. Now, if the government there has failed to provide to the people, they could have always negotiated or renegotiated with the United States of America, which they didn't do, so I don't blame. At that point, it's like, the past is the past. Today, the present is the present. With that being said, if we take a look at NATO, there's so many things that we have to address before we start talking about Iran, okay? We have to address the problem that we have internally here in our country. The socialist Democrats have been destroying our economy. They have put illegal immigrants before American citizens. Number one problem. Number two problem, they hate President Trump. Doesn't matter what he says. They say, why don't you come up with a healthcare program? He comes up with it, they vote it down. Why don't you do something about illegal immigrants? He tried to do immigration reform with DACA document holders. Democrats voted down. Okay, you want President Trump to do something for the economy, and yet you don't support anything that he wants to do for the economy. With that being said, President Trump has rebuilt, has upgraded our military capabilities, our homeland security. You have to acknowledge that he is doing what he believes is the right thing. And I support national security 100%. Now, let me tell you this right now. You want to complain about $1 trillion giving into the military for national security purposes, including ICE, etc. But you don't want to question NATO taking $1 trillion from us, from the United States of America? Well. Let me read a couple of things of what they use it for. Let me see. Check this out. We have to address this. NATO requires high levels of military investments. Listen to this. NATO requires high level of military investment to deter aggression, replenish supplies depleted by conflicts, such as the war in Ukraine, and to modernize complex high-tech militaries. We pay $1 trillion because NATO understands that you had to invest to deter aggressions, to replenish supplies depleted by conflicts. So we come to the Congress and we ask them for money. And they said, no, we don't give you that money. Oh, wait. We'll give you that money if you give us this money. Wait a minute. There's no blackmailing. That's not how it works. You didn't have that issue. You don't have no right for that issue. I, as the president of the executive branch, we have this issue. All we're asking is that you give us access to that money. 1.3, 1.5, whatever trillion dollars it is. It is to deter aggression, replenish supplies depleted by conflicts, and to upgrade or modernize high-tech militaries. That, my friends, if NATO, meaning all the countries in the world, need money to keep them secured as America first, we need that money to protect ourselves. And I'm going to tell you something. We went into this conflict. We went into this conflict against the Iranian Islamic regime, not the Iranians, about the bad Iranian regime. I got some thoughts about that. I'm against Trump on some things. We use missiles. We need to replenish supplies. We need to think about saving our country. Let's be clear. And I want you to put this into perspective. We are paying $1 trillion to NATO to replenish supplies, to upgrade militaries, blah, blah, blah. What is the highest money that the second place country pays to NATO? What is it, six? I can't remember, $6 or $26 billion. I think it's like $6 billion. Compare $6 billion to $1 trillion. That's right. Their contribution is so insignificant, it doesn't mean jack squat. Without the United States of America giving them $1 trillion, we could use that money here for ourselves because we don't need help from any other country. Except for Israel. Now, I will tell you one sad thing about what's going to happen with Israel. You see, billions of Muslims hate tens of millions of Jews, maybe less. They hate them so bad. They're eventually going to win. Almost. It is prophesied in the Bible. And the only reason why they don't lose right now is because they have us, the United States of America, and we should continue to support Israel. Whether people like what Israel does or doesn't, it really is irrelevant. I don't give a shit what people think about Israel. I'll give you my opinion. I think Netanyahu has been fighting wars against his enemies. Yeah, maybe some of his bombings are more paranoia than anything. And I wish that was the truth. But the truth is, the Ayatollah, these terrorist Muslim regimes, they keep attacking Israel. They're not going to sit there and just take it. What kind of a stupid leader will ever do that to their country? Somebody attacks you, you attack him back. I don't give a shit what policy anybody's making. So I don't blame Israel. I don't blame Israel for defending themselves. Listen, the United States of America is making a deal with Iran for this, and that. But what I want you to understand is Iran is taking advantage of the situation. Fuck Iran. Fuck these guys. Nah, hell no. You don't give up into it. What is this shit? Your conflict is with me. So why are you bringing a deal with somebody else? No. Our deal is no nuclear weapons. Everything else goes. You want to be an asshole, you're going to be treated like an asshole. You want to bomb Israel, you're going to get bombed right back. You don't get to say, oh, he hit me. Bitch, you hit him first. We're not going to play that stupid game. We are not going to play that stupid game. If Lebanon wants to allow Hezbollah to attack Israel, fuck them. They're going to get hit. Because Lebanon, instead of saying that Israel is doing this, oh my God, Israel, shut the hell up. Why don't you stop Hezbollah from doing what they're doing to Israel? That is my point. They complain about Israel attacking Lebanon, but Lebanon doesn't say shit against Hezbollah. Lebanon doesn't say shit against the terrorist Muslim regime who keeps attacking Israel. For what reason? Because they're Muslims. And they don't want Jews. It's simple. It's an antifada. It's an antifada. I, myself, I'm kind of pissed off about this deal. Now, I get it. It is more of a political move. I got it. I got you. I don't like it. But the president is doing what he thinks is right. Let me tell you something. Stop being so ungrateful. Stop being so ungrateful with what a man is doing for the United States of America. First of all, the Democrats, listen, there's so much. There's so much. But the Democrats in office, like Dalabama, right? Hakeem Jeffries, Team Obama. He goes on a hearing and he says, oh, there was 12 soldiers on this war for Trump, blah, 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 blah. And he goes and talks all this shit about Trump. And he goes off on the Republicans. And he goes off on the people that voted him in. And wow, he goes off on all this. And then this veteran Republican who is ready for him, he says, let me ask you something. What is the name of the 12 soldiers that died? You brought up the soldiers that died. What was their names? They don't know shit. They don't know. It's just a political stunt. Political stunt. If you haven't learned by now, by today, whether they like it or not is burning them up inside because the Iranian deal has been signed. Now, there's still some things that need to get taken care of, but it has been signed. And the Democrats kept saying it will never happen. They kept saying Iran won the war. They don't got shit. Democrats are domestic enemies in our country. Now, I'm not telling you to go out there and be violent against Democrats. We're talking about the politicians. I'm not telling you to take them out. What I am telling you is this. Democrats today in office are garbage. They are corrupt. And the way that you're going to kick their ass is by not voting for any of them ever again. The retardation of the people that believe that Iran won that war is unmeasurable. I can't even begin to explain how retarded you are if you believe that Iran won that war. Let me be clear. If President Trump wasn't as patient as he really is, there would be no Iran. Period. All the Houthis wiped out. Hezbollah wiped out. World War III surely would have been started a long time ago. So shut the hell up if you don't know anything about this conflict. Barack Obama. Thank you for the gifts, bro. Barack Obama made a deal with Iran. They were not supposed to enrich uranium. They were supposed to have, hey Jose, they were supposed to have inspectors, audits at all times. And you know what Iran did? Now, it takes decades to build this sort of places. Iran decided to build an underground cave on a huge-ass mountain they thought that we would never get through, and they made it a military facility. They were enriching uranium to the point it would be so much easier to get to the next level for nuclear weapons. Obama's deal didn't change that shit, did they? Obama's deal didn't do nothing for the United States of America, but instead, it continued to give them money to build this project, to hide the uranium in the nuclear facility so that they can use it against us. That was the Obama deal. So I don't care what the leftist podcast retarded people say. That was a horrible deal. And Iran didn't give a shit about it because they continue to enrich uranium. And they did that once they built that facility on there. And they kept saying death to America. And yet nobody had the balls to do what President Trump has done. President Trump says, FAFO. Very simple. Stop it. No nuclear weapons. During the Obama deal, auditors, inspectors were rejected, were stopped from committing audits. They would even label the nuclear facility as a military facility, and they can't go in there. That's how they get away with it. See, these people are very low IQ, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. I think a lot of people confuse low IQ with critical thinking skills or smartness. Let me explain what I think about low IQ. Low IQ to me just means that you lack a certain set of skills to be able to figure things out. Now, you can be very smart and creative with labors. You know what I'm saying? Like you can create some sort of, I don't know, something phenomenal artistically. But if there is an economic issue, you don't know how to clean a budget. You don't know how to make money. You don't know how to do this, how to do that. That's low IQ. What do you do when you check your IQ? What do they do? Critical thinking problems. Now, you know what circles and squares and rectangles are and all, circles and etc. You know all this stuff. But if they give you a problem where you have to fix and solve a puzzle, you don't know jack squat. You just don't have the critical thinking skill to be able to overcome that. See, if you do a math test and you don't know how to do math, you're low IQ. That just means that you have no knowledge of math. It doesn't mean that you're stupid, but you have low IQ. You're missing a set of skills. For example, the fraudsters from Somalia. See, these guys are so low IQ that they know how to scheme, how to commit fraud. They know how to cheat and lie, but they don't know how to solve the problem that they have. Low IQ. And then there's lip tarts. That's the lowest of the low right there. That's the lowest of the low, lip tarts. So I think that there is a lot of podcasters out there on the left, and maybe some on the right. They're very smart. They're smarter than me, probably. Yeah, they're very smart. They're very smart. But they're low IQ. They have no wisdom. They have no critical thinking skills. They have no common sense. This is the problem. I see this all the time when they come into my chat. Oh my God, the $500 billion here. Did you read the whole article? Did you see the whole issue happen? No, you didn't. Low IQ. You don't know how to go and research information and critically thinking. You don't know how to use it. That's low IQ. That's why this Iranian regime is low IQ. They're not stupid. They're low IQ. They know how to cheat, lie, and oppress people, and that's it. But they're very low IQ, and we're not stupid. Other presidents have been stupid because other presidents are low IQ. Barack Obama, low IQ. Biden, libtard. Barack Obama has been sleeping with a man all his life. Michelle Obama is a man. Man, I couldn't help it. I had to throw that in there, bro. I had to throw that in there, man. All right. Let's get back to Iran. Here we go. We'll take some questions. We'll go back to Iran. So a lot of the problems that we have is here domestically, and we call them Democrat politicians, okay? That's the problem in the United States of America. And the problem with Iran is, and I don't understand, well, I do know why, they're libtards, but, you know, they support, for some reason, this makes sense to them. For some reason, they bypass the fact that this Iranian regime has killed thousands of American soldiers. And their argument is 190-something or whatever students at a school from supposedly a United States of America's mistake bombing. I don't know, reverse. They have reverse engineered a lot of weapons. They can use it against themselves. After killing 45,000 Iranian innocent civilian people, the Democrats, the libtards, and all of those on the left side, like the retard, none of your business, they believe that they can claim that 196 kids in the school was so horrendous, so the United States of America should be punished. Shut the hell up, you stupid ass ignorant people. And yet, you glorify Iran killing 45,000 innocent people. Shame on you. What can I expect from a libtard? The money that President Trump is not really giving Iran. That's their money. They're just releasing that money. See, Barack Obama gave them our money. Released their funds, but also gave them our money. That's crazy. That is crazy. And yet people don't seem to care about that part. Far from it. Far from it. You should be mad. If you're American, you should be mad. If you're not mad, you're not American. Because all this shit is affecting us. The American people. The American citizens. You know, President Trump and the Republicans, the conservatives, are asking for an ID to vote. Democrats automatically go to their Jim Crow 2.0 era and the races and all this bullshit. And yet they raise taxes after taxes on the same freaking people that vote for them. And nobody says anything about that. You will never own your property. You will never own your house. The government owns you, suckers. All right, with that being said, let me go ahead and take some calls. Now you can go ahead and talk about Iran. All right, now you can talk about Iran. You guys keep going off subject. You don't wait for the time to be right. Remember, this is the Dennis Herrera show, not your show, not the Liptar show. Now, I want you to know, if you call and you disagree with me, you're not a libtard. But if you are defending them and you agree that everything that the libtards are doing is right, then you are a libtard. Hi, Zeus. How are you? Suzette? I said Zeus. That's my brother-in-law. Suzette. Suzette, welcome. Trump be taking my rights. No, he isn't stupid. You will own nothing and be happy. That's right, Rush. Tell him. All right, go ahead and give me a call and make me a comment, whether you're with or against. What are your thoughts on Iran, on this deal? I already know. None of us believe that it's going to stick. I already know. But I want to hear your thoughts on Iran, okay? Here's your chance. There's the phone number right there, 425-583-1155. If you are here in the States, it is free. Dana, to these libtards, I don't understand what rights that these people are talking about. I really don't know. Tom, I wish I didn't follow politics, but you know what? For many, many, many people that think like that, that is the reason why we are the way we are today. We have been ignoring politics. We don't want to get into the argument. We don't want to do this. We don't want to deal with that. We have said, I don't want to get into politics, but then we keep getting screwed over by the politicians. You got to care about politics. It's a pain in the ass to argue with people, but what you going to do? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, give me a call. There's the phone number, guys. Don't waste your time. Yeah, if you don't like politics, this is the wrong channel. Unless you're just here for the stories and the making fun of people. Oh, boy. Here we go. I wish we didn't have to deal with Donald Trump. Well, I wish that you wouldn't be in this country either. You can always go to China. Oh, go live in the Middle East country. Go live in the Middle Eastern country and see how much you hate Trump. The UK says, I want Trump to be our prime minister. Now, while I wait for some of you guys to call, Robert, they probably don't see the phone number up there, apparently. The coward nations get mad at the USA for Iran attacking them instead of defending themselves. It is time for them to stand up against their evil regime and begin to put Iranian terrorist regime in their place. Now, this is my advice to NATO, to all these other countries who have been judging and condemning the United States of America for doing what we're doing with this Iranian regime of terrorists. I will tell you, myself, I don't like this deal. I'm content that Iran is not going to be allowed to have nuclear weapon, nuclear anything at all. But what I don't like about this Iran deal, it's what I've been hearing about Israel and Lebanon. Israel and Lebanon have nothing to do with us and Iran. I'll explain if you ask the question. Hey, calling from San Diego. Who's this?
Hi, we're watching your stream right now.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's your opinion? What do you think is going on? Do you have any questions on Iran, or you have a comment?
No, I just wanted to talk to you because I think Trump.
Even the teenagers love the Trump.
What'd you say?
I said, even the teenagers love the Trump.
Are we on his live right now?
Yeah, everybody's listening to you.
Everyone is?
Everybody's listening to you. What do you want to say to the American people?
That Trump's high.
You have a question?
No, we just subscribed to you, but we just wanted to say that you're a good YouTuber.
Oh, thank you. God bless you guys. You guys be good, okay?
Oh, we talked about yes, too. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
much
you,
love
Bob.
to you. Bye. Trump. Oh man, you guys got to get permission from your parents because we do have some hard words in here. But then again, this is America, and I have seen and heard the way that some of these young people talk. I just hope that they get a good sense of patriotism for the United States of America, for it is a great country, and we should be happy and thankful to be living in this country. So thank you for the call, guys. You guys be good. All right. Anybody else that wants to call in, I want you to see, do you have a question on Iran? Or if you want to just drop a comment, you can go ahead and give me a call. It's fine. I'm not going to be putting teenagers or anything like that on the spot. Because let's be honest, even though they're not going to be voting on our elections right now, their thoughts, they still matter, and it's something to, for me, it's like this. I know the children are our future, but that's our future. See, the children are not our present. So us as adults, we got to make sure that we do listen to them so that we can teach them the right way. Because if we believe that they are going to be the leaders of our future, if they're going to be the leaders that are going to take care of our country, they need to be taught what is good for us as a country. So I am glad that they call in and that they chanted for Trump. I'm glad that they do that because they are getting involved into some sort of politics in a way, but hopefully that they learn to be very patriotic to this country. Remember this, you should always put the land that provides for you and your family first, and the rights, human and legal rights, of those who live in it. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hello.
Hey, what's your name?
Jason.
Jason, how are you, Jason? Do you have a question or a comment?
How are you?
Hi again. Hi again.
You guys have a question or a comment?
We have a question.
Okay.
No, we have a comment. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Ask the question.
Okay, I have a question. Is it okay if we let Iran win the war?
Well, the thing with Iran is that we have Iran, the people in Iran is good people, but the people in the government in Iran are hurting the Iranian people and they're attacking us. So we can't let them win, but we only can do is try to make the best that we can. And President Trump, that's what he's trying to make happen with this deal. Just to stop them from being violent. If they don't behave, they're going to get a spanking. If they become evil towards other nations or against the United States of America, they will get spanked. If they try to build nuclear weapons, which is the deadliest force that we can have in this world, they're going to get spanked. So that's what the difference is in Iran. Okay, there's good people there, and then there's the bad people in Iran as well. So we love Iran, but we don't love this terrorist regime.
So is Trump good or bad?
I think Trump is doing the best that he can with what he's got. Yeah. Remember, nobody really is truly good or bad, but we always fight to do what's good.
So do you support Trump?
I support Trump 100%.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Y'all be good. Bye.
Bye.
Man, I can't believe that teenagers have more brains and courage than these libtards. I'll tell you what. Why don't we go ahead and get the live stream, because apparently some people haven't watched this, but I do have a clip that I want to play. This is from Pete Hegseth. He speaks to NATO's defense ministers meetings in Brussels, Belgium. I want to hear this. This is happened on the 18th, yesterday, of June. Let me go ahead and play this, and let's see what our great Secretary of War has shared with us.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your leadership throughout and for this forum. And as I said at my first NATO Defense Ministerial last February, and as the Trump administration has said again and again in the last year and a half, our allies must step up. President Trump has been very clear on this point for many years and over 2 administrations. And for too long, NATO has been a paper tiger and a one-way street. No more. And that's what the Hague Summit is all about. That's what defense spending commitments are all about, transforming NATO back into a real military alliance that's focused on hard power and real deterrence, a NATO 3.0, modeled on the NATO 1.0 that won the Cold War, with our allies actually taking the lead in Europe's conventional defense. And that's what NATO was always supposed to be and what its framers like President Eisenhower always expected. Europe was not supposed to be a dependency of the United States. That's not what Winston Churchill or Charles de Gaulle or Konrad Adenauer wanted or expected. No, Europe was supposed to be a military power allied with a strong America. This is the essence of NATO 1.0. As Dwight Eisenhower himself said as early as 1951, if in 10 years all American troops stationed in Europe for national defense purposes have not been returned to the United States, then this whole process will have failed. Eisenhower was Supreme Allied Commander then, not yet our nation's 34th president. But he and his Allied counterparts, all of them still living in the shadow of World War II, understood that NATO's power did not come from committees or from meetings or from small flags on fancy tables. It came from warriors. And for Europe's defense, it had come from NATO allies. That was NATO 1.0, a hard-edged warfighting organization focused on Europe's defense. But that spirit faded after the Cold War ended. No longer focused on defending Europe, NATO 2.0 drifted toward out-of-area operations and things that had nothing to do with warfighting at all. Instead of tanks and fighters and air defenses, the focus has been on gender equity and climate change and defense austerity. Europe's borders flew wide open. Welfare states expanded. Defense budgets cratered, along with Europe's belief in itself and its civilization. NATO lost its way. NATO 2.0 was an era of distraction, deindustrialization, and demilitarization. It was an era of free riding. And those were lost years that we're not going back to. And that's why at the Department of War, we've been so clear and so candid to restore NATO's core military role and character. And that's why we've returned U.S. troop levels in Europe to pre-2022 levels, with the redeployment of a brigade combat team last year and further reduction of 5,000 forces earlier this year. At the same time, it's why we've engaged with our allies so consistently. And it's why we've grown our own defense industrial base and encouraged to turn NATO 3.0 into reality, to return the alliance to its roots as a military alliance and ensure that it has the European strength required to sustainably deter aggression and, if need be, make good on Article 5. Some of our allies have gotten the message and stepped up. You know who you are, and we very much appreciate it. Last year, under President Trump's leadership, NATO set the new global standard for allied defense spending, 5% of GDP, all in on defense. It's historic, and it's transformational. And some allies are already well on their way to meeting this ambitious target, and in some cases ahead of schedule. And as you've seen over the last 6 months, President Trump is also committed to the United States defense spending, more than $1 trillion in 2026 and a commitment of $1.5 trillion in 2027. We will lead and exceed our own NATO spending standards. And I'm personally on Capitol Hill in order to make sure we do it. It's not do as I say, it's do as we do. Some allies are also getting serious about how they're spending on their defense. In May, the Department of War told allies that we're reducing our contributions to the NATO force model. We also explained how allies can and should backfill those changes. General Brinkowitz reports that some allies have stepped up accordingly, and it's a good start. At the same time, just last month, a small group of strong allies gathered at Bergen for a conversation about focused allied defense spending on the capabilities required to defend Europe even in the event of simultaneous conflicts worldwide. Again, more serious progress. On Ukraine as well, progress. Through President Trump's Pearl Initiative, allies have taken the lead in funding support for Ukraine's defense. The Ukrainians are holding their lines even in the face of sustained Russian assaults. We said it could be done, that our allies could lead, and that it would be consistent with Ukraine's defense. It is happening, and it's a validation of President Trump's approach, an approach that will set the table for peace. Yet for all these early steps in the right direction, there have also been real setbacks that we cannot ignore. For all of our clarity, too many allied capitals seem to still miss something in translation. Too many allies still don't recognize the historic need that President Trump has made clear to them and to NATO itself to reforge a relevant, powerful military alliance. As President Trump put it, and rightfully so, he gave our allies a test to support America when we asked for their help, and too many failed it. The United States has defended Europe for generations, and the president said, all he said was that our jets would need to take off from bases in Europe or our ships from ports to strike targets in the Middle East. Iranian targets that threaten European interests even more directly than they threaten us. But too many of our allies said no, or tried to drown us in arcane legal debates, or criticized us publicly for doing what they aren't prepared or able to do themselves. It was shameful. These allies, they put America's sons and daughters, our sons and daughters, at risk by denying them the predictable access, basing, and overflight that never should have been in question at all. In some cases, we had to shift capabilities from one country to another out of NATO allied countries altogether. There's no excuse for that. And that's not to mention the fact that some countries have yet to show a credible path to meeting their Hague commitments. Too much talk. Some of NATO's largest economies, some of our richest countries, allies that are happiest to go on about the rules-based international order and middle powers banding together still seem to think the era of free riding is here. Eisenhower and Trump disagree. This isn't what the president or America expects from this alliance. This is not what any reasonable person would expect. And it's not going to cut it anymore. And so we're doubling down on our effort to make NATO what it always was supposed to be, a balanced alliance with Europe in the lead for its own defense, NATO 3.0. And to make that a reality, I'm announcing today a 6-month Department of War review that will examine America's force posture and basing in Europe. Up to 6 months, could be less. Let's call it the NATO 3.0 review. This review will be conducted with the benefit of inputs from the United States military, from European Command. It will involve consultations with the U.S. Congress and with our allies. But make no mistake about it, this will be a real review. It will be designed to ensure that NATO is moving fast and irreversibly toward Europe leading.
100%. Now, it's interesting. I guess we're never going to stop hearing people on the left they just want to trash down our president, the American people. Listen, I don't listen to trolls. I'm sorry, guys, but you guys are full of it. And I don't like people lying to me or trying to corrupt. Look at this. I got a new background right here for you guys. Oh, yeah. A new background right there. Bam! Oh, man. I love to play with invisible ink, invisible paint. That's what I call it. You know what? Why don't we go ahead and watch a clip from Mr. Max Afterburner USA. That's right. I know. See, Cam wants to watch some. But Ryan is fantastic, man. I love Ryan. You know, I'm so happy that his channel is growing so much because, I mean, first of all, the guy is very knowledgeable. He is very sharp, and I love, just me, I love planes. I don't know really much about planes. Okay, I don't know much about planes or strategies and all this stuff, even though I play strategy games all the time. Ryan is fantastic. He has if you guys haven't subscribed to Max Afterburner, I know that you guys have probably subscribed to thousands of people, but I'm going to tell you something. This guy is fantastic. This is what he posted 3 hours ago. I'll make sure that I grab his link and put it on the description so that he gets credit for this. Give me a second so I can copy this. All right. And what I like about when he does his videos, make sure I give him a thumbs up. What I like about when he does his videos, he always gives you the date and the type of information that he's giving you. Now, he's not just, supporting Trump because he's a Trumpster. He is an American patriot, and he knows what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead and let's take a listen. Let's steal the clip from him. But also, I suggest you go to his channel, give him thanks for his service, and tell him that the Dennis Herrera Show sent you over to subscribe on their channel. Leave him a note. I'll put the link on the description.
It's June 19th, 2026, and Moscow was on fire yesterday, still is at this point, not metaphorically, literally. Look at this footage right here. Black smoke columns so thick they were visible from satellites. The Gazprom neft oil refinery in the Kapotnya district, 9 miles from the Kremlin, burning for the second time in a single week. 555 Ukrainian drones launched in one night or more. There's reports coming in as high as 900. 194 of them actually punched through defenses towards the capital alone. Airports shut down, flights canceled. Check this out right here. The exploding top off of this oil tank blowing up hundreds of feet into the sky. Nothing like this has ever been seen before. This is wild. But there's one key point of this explosion that we're going to dive into and investigate that shows us what's blowing up this oil drum is not what we think. Like a high-stakes hubcap flying up in the sky with $10-20 million in oil sitting underneath it. This was the largest drone attack on Moscow since the war started. And here's what Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov said in response. He said, "Our armed forces are working on it and will continue to do so." Translation, we really don't have any answer right now, and we can't stop your drone attacks, and we know it, but we're looking into a strongly worded memo and probably more drone attacks on Ukraine as well. But President Zelensky in Ukraine didn't mince any words either. Standing in Brussels in front of a NATO defense minister, he said it out loud. He said, "If Ukraine is going to burn, your Moscow will burn too." But here's what the mainstream press is not telling you. This attack didn't come out of nowhere. Russia struck a UNESCO-protected Orthodox Christian monastery, the Kiev Persh Lavra, one of the most sacred sites in the entire Orthodox world, 4 days ago. Zelensky walked through the smoke damage himself, looked at the cameras, and made a direct promise. They hit Lavra, we will prepare the answer. You will see it. And now Moscow's seeing it play out right now. But why couldn't Putin do anything about this? We're going to break down this whole strike package, where this war goes from here. How's the Russian Air Force even doing? But before that, let's go to X and look at all this footage of these strikes in Moscow, because it's just wild at this point. So let's just check out the latest of what's been going on. I mean, there's been some wild footage out there. So let's just have a quick review here. You can see Russian anti-UAS rockets launching, trying to hit these drones. Absolute mayhem. One of the biggest oil production facilities near Moscow. I mean, this place is massive, being hit by Ukrainian drones. And then that one right there, that drone, that's a Ukrainian drone. Looks like more of a longer range drone. Doesn't have the swept wings. Ooh, yep. That one's not going to walk that one off. So Russian anti-UAS rocket worked on that one, and that's their whole goal, right? See how many of these they can strike down. But the whole sky is basically turned black at this point. Massive oil refinery being hit. I mean, this is a huge blow to the Kremlin, and not one that they're going to walk off very easily. So let's just take another peek here. This might be, so this is, they're using small arms. Oh, this is a Stinger missile, shoulder fired man-pad missile. Let's see if he launches one of these things. Wow. Yeah, you can see the drone up. Oh yeah. Whoa, dude. Yeah, so that's a man-pad going up after that one. Let's see if it hits. I don't know if the footage will show it. I mean, they're busting out the kitchen sink at this point. Interestingly enough, we saw similar type, tubes, mortar tubes, maybe not man-pads, in Afghanistan that were Russian origin as well. Just a little tidbit for you there. This was the footage I was just blown away by. So this is going to get hit, and there's going to be an overpressure situation. We looked at it at the beginning of this video, but I got to show you again. It's wild. Okay, rockets going in. Oh, buddy. The overpressure. These small drones of this size can do that. It's just insane, guys. This drone warfare is on a whole new level. And, I mean, the gloves are now fully taken off. We thought things were going to cool down in this war. Yeah, no, not going to cool down. Ooh, almost like, is that a Russian? Oh my gosh, wait a second. Is that a Russian anti-drone rocket that hit their own pop off the tank? Let's watch that slower because that's pretty wild. It almost looks like it is. Let's just come here. This will be something that you're not seeing anywhere else. I mean, I don't see any drones. And if a drone's going to hit the top of this, it's going to implode. So if this hits the side and overpressures all those explosives inside, I mean, there's the streak right there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, look at it. There's the streaking. Boom, it hits. It's almost like, oh my gosh. Whoa. Wow. That's just wild. Well, we're uncovering it here, guys. But yeah, you can see the smoke trail come down right here. And then it looks like, I mean, this big explosion is going to be an overpressure. And there's some things I've been seeing about how powerful these anti-drone rockets are. Remember, Russia builds everything huge. They're like, yeah, we might not have the engineering figured out. Let's just build it bigger. That's kind of the Russian motto. So let's watch it one more time, real time. Okay, there's the rocket. Missed. Yeah, dude, that's their own anti-drone rocket. But in warfare, when you can get the enemy to do something like this, I mean, you're winning, right? And it shows the limitations of the Russian technology for their anti-drone rocket. Ooh. Oh, wow. That is just wild. Even pop off of their own oil tank. Just having rockets like drone. Pressure.
Don't forget to go visit his channel. I left the description. I left a link on the description on the video. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. The guy really, truly gives you phenomenal information. I think he was just on vacation with his family, but let's be honest, man. These drones, they're no joke. There's no way. I mean, there's no real way to stop them on a massive scale, and I don't think they will ever win the war with it, but they can definitely take out a lot of facilities, and a lot of people can get hurt. I mean, don't underrate the drones, because, man, any amount of explosive can be put in those on those drones, and they're not little drones like my little drone that I fly to record mountains and this and. Hey, speaking of, I haven't flown my drone forever. I think I might go out and record some live footage. No, I mean some aerial footage, and I'm going to be able to share that with you guys. Now, I know I think I promised last Friday. I apologize. I think I promised last Friday that I will do another live again in the afternoon. But I think I'm going to do this. Let's do this because we're almost finished here. Almost finished. I'm going to go outside, and I'm going to record what the weather is like here today and give you guys some sight to show you here some aerial takes. Now, I can't go too far into, because we have a Boeing airport here as well. So we can't fly around the area where I live, but I can definitely fly around other areas so that I can show you guys, okay? So with that being said, I'm not going to promise you, but I'm going to get out. I have to go make some videos, maybe this weekend if I don't do it tonight. I think I will be going live tonight again, all right? So hang in there with me, and we'll see what we can come up with. There was that another one that I was going to show you? Let me see. Oh, yeah, there was a clip from, I think, the nation. Here is American hero Major Capers shares powerful message to the nation. This is one of our Black American heroes. Let's take a
Nearly
listen.
6 decades after heroically leading his Marines through an ambush in Vietnam, President Trump awards Major James Capers Jr. the Medal of Honor.
For his incredible valor, Jim was recommended for the Medal of Honor in 1967, and everybody knew he should get it. But life is life. His commanding officer, who was his biggest fan, was tragically killed before the paperwork was signed. Jim, the nation kept you waiting far too long. So I say to you, congratulations. You made it. Thank you.
Major Capers is recognized as the father of Marine Corps Special Operations. He was the first African-American to lead a Marine recon company and receive a battlefield commission. And today, Major James Capers will be inducted into Pentagon's Hall of Heroes, and he joins us now. Major Capers, thank you so much for all your sacrifice and for coming on this morning.
It's an honor to be here.
Well,
Thank you.
It's an honor to talk to you. What went through your mind yesterday when the president put this Medal of Honor, placed it around your neck?
I got to tell you, it was a difficult time for me because I felt a little guilty because I didn't really felt like I deserved it. But all of the men and women that served, that I get to do something like this, it's a wonderful day, and I'm honored.
Well, you were so stoic in these images, and I was watching this and thinking, I wonder if he's thinking about his friends, the men that didn't come home.
Yeah, you always think about that. You never turn that loose. Lost a lot of good men in battlefields, and I fought 2 wars and suffered 19 bullet holes. And along the way, out of the battle zones, my son died in my arms of appendicitis, and my wife of 50 years died of cancer. So I had to survive that on top of losing wonderful Marines, Special Operations Marines, in combat. So there's no real satisfaction in getting a medal when I've lost so much.
Wow. Wow. How did the military help you get through so much tragedy?
Well, that's what the military does. We're one unit. When one falls, somebody else has to replace that person who fell. So I feel honored to have the support that I find today. I'm honored, and I give gratitude to the ones who made this happen. I can't say I'm happy to be here, because this award belongs to a lot of young men who followed me and died in battlefields around this world for a country that we honor this flag. I appreciate that.
Well, and Major Capers, I was reading about your story, and you led your team in Vietnam with broken legs. You had lost a lot of blood. You were trying to get your men out with the helicopter, and you even offered, you volunteered, I'll get off this helicopter. If the helicopter's too heavy, I'll stay behind.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. When your man is in peril and you have an opportunity to save your men, then that's what I chose to do, to get off the helicopter, to lighten the load so that my men can survive. I had a war dog named King, and we even brought a war dog. He was killed saving my life, and we brought him home. We didn't leave him there. Even though the helicopter was overloaded, we took that chance. We had to do that. We never leave anyone behind.
Even the service dog that saved your life. We have a clip from your Fox. We have a clip from your Fox Nation special. It's called "The Iron Major," James Capers Jr. Here's a clip. Watch this.
Okay. Everybody was wounded and killed my dog. Both my legs were broken. I was trying to stop the bleeding, and my hands were all full of blood, and blood was in my boots.
But Capers stood fast. He maintained command of the situation. He immediately started redistributing ammo, called in air, artillery, mortars within 50 meters of his position. He stayed in the attack with 2 other Marines, and he pushed forward. And he went after them with rifle and grenade until they pulled back.
Major Capers, you're the type of man that we all want to be around. I want to just sit in a room with you and listen to you and learn from you. What advice do you have for America and for young people?
Drive on. Honor that flag. And I didn't mean that as a joke. Just something that we do. When one man falls, then another one picks up that rifle and drives toward the enemy. And that enemy must be defeated. So that's an old adage that we use, and it's been successful for 250 years.
Major, thank you so much. God bless you.
You're welcome.
And I mean that. May God bless all of your days. Thank you for what you've done for our great
country. What a hero. Do you I'm working on not getting emotional on my heroes. What a hero. Do you see the difference on what I honor and respect? Do you hear the way he talks? This is a veteran. This is a true American hero. The selflessness. He doesn't come in here and says what the libtards say. Listen to this. He says, I would get off the helicopter if it's too heavy so that my crew, my brothers, can be saved. That's the kind of veterans that I honor and respect, and I'm very grateful that this is the kind of soldiers that has made us free. There is a small amount of soldiers, veterans out there that are against us, believe it or not. But you see the difference. A libtard veteran will say, I serve in the military. I did this, I did that, and I deserve to be heard. This real, true hero, this true veteran hero says, it's not about me. I don't deserve this war. So many people have died for this country. That's a true veteran patriot. That, my friends, and I agree with the chat that this is the kind of man that should be speaking at every elementary, every middle school, every high school. I can tell you, wow, I had not seen that clip. I am so grateful for this man. What an American hero. What a way to represent our military. What a way to represent our American citizens. What a way to represent the United States of America. Wow. Man, God bless him and his family. God will give you thanks that you have given us heroes like him. We thank you, Father, that this country is what it is because of your love, because of your mercy, and because you have given strength to the heroes that carry this country on their backs. Father, bless him. Continue to give him strength. Bless his family. I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Man, I'm so grateful for him. And now, of course, we have to get to our regular. Let's hear Barack Obama. Under fire. Let's see what this guy has to say. I haven't watched his clips, guys. Let's see what he has to say.
Barack Obama is unveiling his presidential center in Chicago, and during the opening ceremony, he couldn't help but take a subtle shot at what appears to be the current president. Listen.
Their voices are not heard because we've got a set of institutions that have fallen victim to the siren song of everything's about money and everything's about attention and everything's about fame.
So, Larry, help us break that down, because it seems like the former president is taking a swipe at the current president for what he says are changes to our institutions driven by money and fame.
Yeah. How many donors gave how many? 850 million?
That's for the Obama Presidential Center,
money.
right?
It's a terrible thing, money.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing, the first trillionaire.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't build that. I know. Barack Obama will go down in history because he was the first African-American president. And that's not nothing. All right, not nothing. I remember covering this election night late on another network years ago, and I said the same thing. It's a big deal. On the other hand, regrettably, in my judgment at least, editorially, his domestic policies were terrible, his economic policies were terrible, and his foreign policies were worse. And you talk about a managed decline of America's fortunes, he is the embodiment of that, a mismanaged decline. And the good news is President Trump has reversed almost all of them, but history will prove, you know, whether the Trumpian legacy extends beyond or not. We don't know that yet, but certainly he is reversing it. So I give President Obama, you know, that point. I consider it, as a civil rights person, I consider it a very important point. When people were screaming at me when I was in the government and White House in 2020, and people from other networks were yelling at me about why didn't I understand racism this and racism that, I used to point out that a black president won twice with handsome majorities. How is that possible if the country is totally racist? And they never wanted to answer that, okay? But his policies were awful, my judgment.
Well, just listening to that soundbite, we've had to...
Hey, well, at least now we know why Michael Obama was so mad about white people. Obama's mom was white? What? Yeah, well, now it makes sense. Some wives out there, they don't like the mother-in-laws, which makes a lot of sense. Now we know why she was racist. Unbelievable. Can you believe this? Michael, a.k.a. Michelle Obama. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Debate on this program about the birth rates falling, why are young men struggling in this society. And if I were opening up a library, I feel like there would be a message of hope, excitement, all of these things. And that was such sort of like a downer. And I think that is why there have been studies done that the left is not having kids, because they think that the earth is dying, climate change is coming, all hell is breaking loose. The right seems to have a lot of optimism and excitement and future, and we believe that the best is yet to come despite everything in this country. So I think just listening to that, it was like, oh gosh, what a way to open it. Just so down instead of optimistic. And to me, that just encapsulates right now, the left.
Right. And I think that's also reflected, I mean, I hope I can say this, but can we just note the building design? If you haven't looked at it, you should Google it and take a look, because I would describe it as quite something.
Well,
I mean,
I got my degree in architectural history, or art history. So it's brutalism is dead because it's ugly. And just look at the Marcel Breuer building on Madison. It used to be the Whitney. They couldn't even find what to do with that doggone thing. I think one of the auction houses is in it now. It's butt ugly. And so they're trying to, well, they're bringing butt ugly back, or trying to, because that's what it looks like, brutalism.
$850 million, Brian, for that. But you could say whatever you want about President Obama taking a swipe.
Rich. It's just butt ugly. Well said, sister. Well said. Butt ugly. Man, and I saw some of the things inside there. Bruh, come on. You gotta do better than that. He tries to make himself look good, but doggone it, everything that they're doing, it's actually doing the opposite. Why don't we go ahead and give a little bit of CNN to the leftist people that we come in contact here in this channel, and let's see what they have to say.
What are the warning signs here? Yeah, I think the warning sign is this. Democrats have an edge, but compared to what we see historically, it's really not that big of a lead. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, this is Congress National June polls, Dem leads, and this is NBC News, midterm years with the GOP press. Look at this. They're up by 5 points, but that's half the lead they had back in 2018 when it was 10 points, and less than half the lead they had back in 2006 with 11 points when Democrats took back the House in both of those years. And now the Democratic lead is on a single hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. And it's this type of lead where you say, you know what, Democrats are ahead, but don't count your chickens just quite yet.
And Harry, we've been talking about this. As time goes on, you and I have kept on looking at these numbers saying it just doesn't look like the numbers we've seen when there have been waves for Democrats in the past. What are the trends in the other polls?
Yeah, okay, so this is not just one poll in which we are seeing this. There is this group of pollsters that are out there that are just not showing the wave you might expect given where the president's approval rating is. Okay, what are we talking about? We're talking about NBC, Marquette University Law School, and Ipsos. Look at where they were January and February, and look at where they are May and June. NBC, down a point. MU Law, down 3 points. Ipsos, basically staying the same. So the Democrats hold these leads, but again, you have this group of pollsters that are out there where this lead, simply put, is not matching what you might expect if you're expecting a Democratic wave.
And that's sort of in a vacuum. What about in a year where Republicans have already made significant gains in terms of redistricting?
Exactly right. So you might say, hey, the president's approval is way down low. You expect Democrats to be way up high, especially given him in the record lows because of the Iran war not happening. And then you put in redistricting. Democrats in the National House vote, look at this, needed to control with redistricting. We really think the Democrats need between a 3 and 4 point advantage in the national vote. You average those polls together, we just saw on the last screen, Ipsos, MU Law, and NBC. It's right on the border there. It's right on the border. It is no guarantee. It is far from a guarantee at this point, if you believe these pollsters.
Very tight. Now, what are the prediction markets saying about Democrats' hopes to retake both chambers?
Yeah, okay. So then you take a look. Okay, look at the Kalshi prediction market. Chance to win number terms. Look, Democrats clearly have the advantage at 78% chance, but that's far from 100%, right? That's a 1 in 5, more than a 1 in 5 chance. Republicans hold on. You look at the Senate, the GOP still has the edge there. More likely than not that the GOP holds on to the Senate, according to cash prediction markets. So basically, I'm putting out this warning sign. These are the warning signs, right? Yes, Democrats probably take back the House, but it's far from a guarantee, or we are not going to get caught like in past years. We ignore those polls that had those warning signs.
Yeah, stand by. So he's vice president.
Yes.
He wants to be president.
Yes.
In all likelihood,
Probably.
Let's stipulate that. What do the prediction markets say about how his chances have looked and have they changed?
Yeah, how they've looked, how they've changed, become the Republican nominee. They have been tumbling. They have been falling down. What are we talking about? A real closing here since the beginning of the year. Chance to be the 2028 GOP nominee. You know, you go back a few months ago, look at this. Clear favorite, 50% chance. Marco Rubio way back there at 11. But look at this. The gap, it is closing. It is closing. Yes, Vance is still the nominal favorite, but Marco Rubio right behind him at 28%. So you know what happened during that period? Obviously, the Iran war happened during that period, and that made J.D. Vance's chances tumble and has made Marco Rubio's chances go right up. It's neck and neck.
All right, to win.
Well, in all honesty, what's happened really has been that a lot more people have seen the action that Rubio has been having, and they're favoring Rubio a little bit more. But if you look at the statistics, right? I don't know why I took it off. If you look at the statistics, right, you're looking at J.D. Vance at 50%, and then he goes down 17 points. Look at the numbers. Check this out. Look at the numbers. It's not that Republicans are losing faith on leadership. But if you look at the numbers, right, you have 50% over here on Vance, down to 33%. Okay. But then you have Rubio from 11 to 28. That's 17 points. That is the 50% that J.D. Vance was getting, meaning that Republicans are still supporting Republicans. You know, now at the end of the day, I think right there, the way you see it, that is what we want in office on our next election. I'm telling you right now, we need Vance and Rubio. Let me tell you something. President J.D. Vance has done something that no other vice president has ever done in American history. I dare say. I could be wrong, but I dare say. When President sends J.D. Vance to take care of something, J.D. Vance takes care of something. Put them in charge of fraud. He's kicking ass. Sent them over to sign. Well, I think they postponed the trip to do the physical signing there, but sends them over to do a talk. He does it, gets the job done. He gets the military pumped up. He does great on press conferences. The guy is very smart. He speaks very well. J.D. Vance is phenomenal. J.D. Vance, probably one of the greatest vice presidents in American history. And I truly believe that. I love Marco Rubio. Now, let me tell you why I love Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was in the Senate. He was against Trump. All he can muster up was small hands. That was it. But Marco Rubio has a lot of experience on why Trump does what he does. And he has learned to appreciate those skills. I'm not saying he is agreeing with Trump on everything. But I can tell you, my American people, now this is a channel just for Americans. I don't care about illegal immigrants' comments or people from, ignorant people from other countries that don't support us. This is for American people, the ones that have the right to vote, not the illegal ones that are voting without proof of citizenship. You have to make sure that J.D. Vance and Rubio, hopefully they run together, and I really think that it should be Vance-Rubio for 8 years. J.D. and Rubio are young, so young, to be able to carry this country for another 16 years after President Trump. And by then, I can tell you, you guys heard a couple of teenagers call here earlier. By then, those teenagers will be adults. They are the future of our country. And if they learn to be patriotic, if they learn from these great leaders, not by their mistakes in their personal lives, but in their greatness of leadership, they have got the courage to make peace through strength. We got great leaders. Guys, they're not perfect. They're going to make mistakes, absolutely. But they love this country. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see J.D. Vance as the president and Marco Rubio as the vice president. And the reason why Marco Rubio will be the best vice president is because as a Hispanic descent, Rubio can make deals with any Latin American country. Any. Which is why if I do end up running for governor here in Washington State, in a couple of years, year and a half is coming. It's coming, 2 years. I will be able to deal with Latin nations as well. Just think about it. Oh my gosh, just think about it. Imagine J.D. Vance, because in 2028, that's when we run for governor over here in Washington State. 2028, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio become the president and the vice president. They will have a Latino governor here in Washington State, and we're going to work some deals out. I have some plans to help the federal government to work with the president, the vice president, and whoever is in charge to helping us clean up our cities and states and fix our economy. I'm a team player. I want to work with them. Can you imagine a lot of the Latinos that are here in Washington State? Now, we're not going to be allowing this illegal immigration coming through here. Nope. I'm going to say, hey, Vice President Rubio, ¿qué pasa? We got to get todos los mojados out of here. You know what I'm saying? Todos los frijoleros, afuera. Everybody that disrespects the laws of this country, that does not want to abide by the laws of this country. Those who overlook, undermine, and don't care and step over the human and legal rights of the American citizens are not welcome in our state, in our cities, in our country. Oh my goodness, God, if that is your will, what a perfect combination. I'm telling you, man, I am telling you, J.D. Vance, Rubio, and me, I'm not comparing myself to their greatness. I'm just comparing myself in this way. We are not racist, and we unite all ethnicities and cultures, and we appreciate it. And when we say God bless the USA, it includes every single American citizen, regardless of skin color, religion, belief, sexual orientation. We don't give a crap about those things. We just care about people that want to live in peace, that want to make this country better, and we want to make sure that this country is secured. Man, can you just imagine? This is like the greatest thing that will ever happen. I will recommend that all these people that have left Washington State, please come back on election month. Come back and then make sure that you're here for 6 months, because we don't want to cheat like the Democrats do. Make sure that you're here for at least 6 months. Register to vote and make sure that you vote. Let's take our state, Washington State, back. And I can guarantee you that God will do the rest. I'm telling you right now, man, it's going to be fire. It's going to be fire, the good fire, the Holy Ghost fire, not the bad burning fires like California. You know what I'm saying? That would just not be a good thing. Now, speaking of immigration, let's get this update from, yes, I know, from Fox, your favorite news channel. Let's get this news from your favorite news channel, Fox. Man, they should start paying me for this. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Don Mitch likes the energy. Buying me some more coffee. Thank you very much, compadre. Vaya con Dios, amigo. I love it. Man. It's on fire. Fox alert. Sheriff who nabbed the UFC terror ringleader has a message on immigration. Well. This is what we do in this channel.
Nationwide search for suspect in the alleged plot to attack the UFC event at the White House, leading investigators to Abraham Alvarez, an illegal immigrant from Mexico. He's accused of being the ringleader, and he was arrested in Omaha, Nebraska. Sheriff Aaron Hansen is the sheriff of Douglas County, Nebraska. Thank you for being here. Here's the file folder that we have on him. Charged with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit violence on White House grounds, and an illegal alien from Mexico. He was granted DACA, which is the Dreamer policy. That was in 2014 under the Obama administration. He's quite smiley there.
Now, guys, it is garbage like this that makes other immigrants look bad. If you are a migrant or know of a migrant that is here illegally, self-deport. Apply for a green card. from your origin country or country of origin, if you are approved and allowed to come back, I guarantee you, your life will be so blessed and you will not have to hide anymore. And you will have peace. And you will be prosperous. And God is going to bless you. But you got to do it the right way. Otherwise, any type of blessings that you have right now can be taken away from you. You understand? Do it the right way. You will be a lot happier about yourself. You're going to love yourself more. And you're going to be able to be a better citizen or a better person that helps this country. And you can take pride that you were part of that process. I guarantee it.
There in his mugshot. What else do you know?
Well, thanks, Dana. You know, I know that I'm very proud of our Douglas County Sheriff's Office investigators that work collaboratively with our partners in the Omaha Police Department and State Patrol to help assist this FBI-led investigation against Abram Alvarez. I mean, this terrorist plot could have endangered the lives of multiple people at the UFC 250 event at the White House that day, and it could have even endangered the life of the president. And what's frustrating for me as sheriff, Dana, as someone who has a statutory obligation to keep my community safe, is that, Alvarez never should have been here to begin with. He shouldn't have been in Omaha or in Nebraska. He was an illegal immigrant who overstayed a visa in 2001. Unfortunately, he was granted DACA status by the Obama administration in 2014. And I think we're seeing now how that policy ultimately placed our nation and my community at risk.
So he's been here since he was a little kid. And he was given that DACA designation in 2014. I'm curious, when did you get on his trail? How soon before the UFC event?
Sure. Well, the FBI had been alerted days prior. Obviously, this has been reported publicly, so I'm not releasing anything that's sensitive, as this is an ongoing investigation. But immediately upon realizing that there was a Nebraska connection, our local FBI office in Omaha, the special agent in charge, Gene Kell, activated one of our task force officers with the Joint Terrorism Task Force. That's a Douglas County Sheriff's deputy that's connected to the FBI JTTF task force. And that investigation started immediately. It was almost around-the-clock surveillance on Alvarez and the location at which he was staying, as well as other companion investigations which are occurring.
Do you know if he was speaking with or working with, collaborating with anyone else in Nebraska?
You know, that investigation is still ongoing at this time. I know that we've taken over, we have over 20 suspects on this national plot, and we've taken 5 into custody across the nation. And so now the work comes after we've taken Alvarez into custody, is doing that follow-up investigation to determine who was he connected with both nationally and locally to ensure that we have mitigated this threat. I mean, again, this could have been a terrible terrorist attack on our nation, and we want to make sure that not only our nation, but here in Nebraska, that our people are safe as well.
Sheriff, is he in jail now?
He is in jail. Currently, he's incarcerated at Douglas County Corrections right here in Douglas County.
Okay. We'll follow this, and thank you for being here on the show today.
Thank you, Dana.
I think that's the misconception that people have, that they think DACA document holders are permanent residents here. They're not, and they can be deported at any given day. And the reason for that is because they are still undocumented. They're still illegal in this country. Now, they're still illegal but protected under an umbrella, which is an umbrella that has been extended to become a sanctuary city. And that is the problem that has allowed for illegal immigrants to be in here, especially the ones who don't give a shit about the United States of America. And this is why I keep telling you guys, if you're going to be here, even if you are illegal, if you're on TPS, if you're in DACA, if you're a resident and you haven't become an American citizen, stay quiet. Don't go out there doing activism and doing riots and protests. That will get you kicked out of this country. You will get deported. So stay quiet, mind your business, and support what supports the United States of America. Be good. Behave. It's not a hard thing to do. Protect the rights of the people in the country where you live, because one day you will be the people. You will be an American citizen. And you want to have what's best for American citizens because you will be one of them, such as myself. I am an American citizen. And I want my children to have a great country. So whether I'm Hispanic or a migrant is irrelevant. Because as an American citizen, I have supported the United States of America since I came to this country. Always respected the laws. Always respected and honored the American people because this is their country. I have honored the American people as much as I can in every way that I can. And I knew, because my mother taught me, one day when you become an American citizen, everything that you stand for would be for you. So we stand with the Constitution, which, by the way, they still argue that it belongs to the world. The stupidest thing I ever heard. It belongs to American citizens, period. Only American citizens have human and legal rights in this country. Everybody else, they only have human rights. Period. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, my friends. Man, I'm going to say this, though, man. Today it was a good day. I will say that. Today was a good day. Mr. Derrick came in at the end, but you still cut a tail of it. Man, I love to be an American. We are about to celebrate our Independence Day, July 4th. I'm going to tell you, man, I'm so excited. I'm getting my sunshade, sun shader for my windshield tomorrow. It is an American flag. I used to have an American flag with the eagle on it. This was going to be even better. If you are an illegal immigrant, if you are a migrant here legally, fantastic. Don't work while you're here temporarily because that's illegal. Love this country. Respect the people. Honor our military. Stop listening to all the BS against the United States of America. And remember, stand up for the law, immigration law, national security, all the good stuff that benefits the American citizens, because one day, you too will be one of them. If you don't do that, what are you doing in this country besides becoming a pest? God bless you. God bless your families. God bless the USA. I'll see you on the next one. Y'all be blessed, man. My love to you. Peace.